Hey everyone, what is up? My monitor's pretty big, I'll be looking down for chat, but hi, how are you guys doing? It's too quiet. There we go. I accidentally forgot to put the video in low latency mode, just so you know, so it'll be a little bit this time. It's on normal. I'll make sure to do it next time, my bad. Let's see, Vlad Zata. Seen all the people getting the LE complain about dead pixels? Well, that sucks. Hopefully I don't have any. I guess you'll see. Your OG deck is still great. I was using mine earlier. You just paid on a free framework laptop. That is no fun, Brandon. This is not being streamed on a Steam Deck. This is on my gaming editing computer, the one that I just released a video on yesterday. I plan to stream on a Steam Deck at some point, but I have not undertaken that yet. I am good. Making some soup. Want some? I just had some soup myself, thank you. This is live, yes. You don't enjoy the standard Steam Deck anymore? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it just a not good enough performance for you or something? An OG deck for Christmas and the channels made you so excited? Well, I'm glad you like the videos. Thank you for watching them. Envy your mental strength not to give in to the FOMO. Yeah. No dead pixels there. So far, so good. Awesome. Let's see. Congrats on the OLED. Thank you. And thank you, Luca. Just got your LE OLED in sync. Yeah, here's mine. I have not opened it. It's still taped up. It's been sitting next to me for 2 days. And you have no idea the self-restraint it took to not open it 2 days ago. Let's see, made some peanut butter and cookies and you cut yourself on the cookie cutter, or how did that happen? Sold your LCD 30 minutes ago. I would sell mine, but I need them for testing, so I'm holding on to them. I have my modded deck here, which is the glossy screen, as you can clearly see, with the JSOX back panel. And then I have my default original here, the 512 with the etched screen, so we can compare it to both today. See, I love your content. Thank you so much, Denny. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving too. Mine was, we're doing our celebration on Monday, but mine has been good so far. Right before opening the stream, we'll compare results then. Out for delivery. That's discipline, yeah. Do a brick speed run, as in just throw it at the ground. No, I'm good, thank you. You should have opened it. Nah, the patrons voted for a stream and ideally today, so it's a stream and it's today. SSD swap was super easy. Yeah, I swapped the SSD in my modded one like probably 40 times now. But do you have to make another cryotilities for OLED or make it cross-compatible? It already works. There is a display size issue where it's small on the screen. I'm going to look into that this weekend. But cryotilities should work exactly the same. It already works on generic Linux desktops too. And it might work even a little tiny bit better because the memory speed is higher, so it can swap quicker. So that's something I intend to test very soon, maybe some today on stream here. But it should work perfectly fine. Let's see. First time you're going to see the new screen off of, besides videos from friends like the Nerd Nest there. Yes, this will be the first time I've seen it in person. Undervolting on OLED is going great so far, already past what your LCD did. That makes sense. With the smaller chip, it should be able to undervolt slightly more. I'm not sure the performance curve on that yet, though, so that's something I'll have to test. Yeah, Lego Killing talking about the UI scaling. Am I going to test for dead pixels? I'm going to look for dead pixels. I don't know about testing for them, at least today. I do have a display color calibrator I have not opened. It's still new in box to test this, to test my old screens, and also to test Deck HD when I can test that. So I will test eventually, but probably not on stream. Let's see. Denny, thank you for watching. The OLED upgrade taken SD, elevated it. I cannot wait to open this thing. I'm gonna read messages for like 5 minutes and I'm gonna get right into it because I can't I can't not open it anymore. Hello from Malmo. Thanks, Marius Catalin. I was in Gothenburg until 2 months ago. Let's see. Keep yourself to hold on. Yes. Black Friday deals I took advantage of? Actually, yes. So if anybody watched my this is unrelated to the Steam Deck. If anyone really watched my PC video yesterday, I actually bought a glass mouse pad because I had a really crappy SteelSeries one. And it just got here today and I'm loving it so far. But that's pretty much the only thing I got on Black Friday. Most of my money went into the Steam Deck OLED. Let's see. Nerd Nest and felt so bad for you being the only one without an OLED. Today is a new day. Let's go. Yes, I was. It was rough. It's been rough, but thank you. Gonna make Cry Utilities for the OLED. It already works. Don't need to make a new one. All the work you do is fantastic. Expanding VRAM and everything else. You the best. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you for watching. Undervolt and compare battery life. Yes, I'm going to do both. Ellie arrived today because you notice the overall feel. I'm excited to see that. Work perfectly, went ahead on stable 50, 50, and 40. That's huge. Sizing is weird. Install credits isn't super fast. Applying recommended. Thank you. Thank you, Deck Wizard, for confirming. Yeah, the sizing, it's a long story. The GUI framework that I use is not, it's very opinionated on display sizing. It doesn't like portrait displays and it doesn't like small displays. And I regret my choice a little bit. I might have to do a rewrite with a new GUI. I might just have to rewrite it to another language because there's not a lot of Go GUI frameworks, at least not very robust ones that I've seen. That's a future problem though. What's the first game I will boot? Probably something with a built-in benchmark, so Horizon Zero Dawn or something maybe. Let's see, GUI is tiny OLED, just a heads up. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Game online. What time did the stream start? About 10 minutes ago, not even. Limited edition looks amazing. I agree, at least from what I've seen. You're the GOAT. Thank you, Ellie. OG Deck is 64 gigs. You're going for the 512 OLED, hopefully before Christmas. I have heard very good things about the 512 OLED screen. The glossy screen apparently makes the edges look a little better. I still prefer etched, I think. I'm going to see, obviously, but I even preferred the etched on the OG model. Open already. Let's go. Give me a minute. Tried to install Cry Utilities. I'm just trying to catch up to chat. I don't know if it's going to happen. On the OLED deck and it installed on the install. That's not because of Cry Utilities. I mean, it might be because GitHub, the way it installs is it downloads an artifact from GitHub and it has issues sometimes. I also need to look into how to better distribute it, but I have not gotten that far yet. Vesper Gothalan again. Yes. Let's see. Love my SkyPad mousepad. Yes, I haven't gamed with it yet, to be clear, but it has been very nice the past 3 hours that I've had it. Yep. How good the Steam Deck can run Red Dead 2. Yes, except for around water because of that engine bug, but I agree, it's amazing. 360 no-scope flicks on that glass pad. I don't know if I'll ever be that good. Shout out from Cleveland. How's Thanksgiving? I didn't do too much on Thanksgiving. I have that celebration on Monday, but it's been good otherwise. Can I activate automatic subtitles? Your English is not good. I can see if I can. Is that an option I can toggle? I cannot toggle it when the video is already on. I am very sorry. I didn't know that was not on by default. I don't know why that was not on by default. I will have to do that next time because I would have to kill the whole stream and it would be a thing. I'm sorry. Why haven't I been hired by Valve? I don't know. Ask Valve. They haven't even reached out to me. I didn't even get an OLED deck. Moment the screens turn on, 1,000 dead pixels. Yeah. That would be a bad look. you could look if you have Samsung or BOE display. Oh, is that in the system settings? I haven't looked too much into it. I want my first impressions to be pretty clean, so I haven't looked online very much, except for watching some videos by like Nerd Nest and everything. You got Hogwarts Legacy. That played very well. When can we have a look? Very soon. Cry utilities installed on OLED works with the CLI working. Probably a path error. Probably not a path error. Maybe there's a typo in the command on GitHub. I'll have to check. But it shouldn't be a path error. It should always go to the same path, and the file structure on the OG and the OLED are identical. Absolutely love the glossy OLED. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of glossy screens. Xreal Pro 2, a must-have. I mean, it depends. Like, I can qualify that with, if you like that kind of thing and you have the money, then yes. I really like the Pro because of the dynamic shading or whatever, the electrochromic dimming. I have it on my bedside table over there, actually. Bunch of videos and prepping getting your OLED tomorrow. Great stuff. I'm looking forward to you getting it. SSD swap possible? Yeah, you can actually take the SSD out of your OG and put it right in the OLED. It works fine. Hoping Valve fixed the 2000 to 1040 bug quickly on the stable channel. I have not seen that yet. I only tested for a few minutes last night to see if it was a problem. I didn't see it, but it's possible that I just didn't test for long enough or something. I want Hogwarts, but you're stingy with your funds. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm gonna have to skip a bunch of these. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so far behind. Let's see. Crazy no respect. Not sending you a review unit. I appreciate the vote of confidence, guys. OLED burn-in test. I'm not gonna sacrifice my LE to an OLED burn-in test. I hear the Fox is doing that though, so watch his channel if you want to see how the burn-in goes. How's it going in the US so far? I've been so busy, but it's been pretty good. It's nice to be around family again, and some of the other issues I talked about on that video have been resolved or in the process of being resolved since. Is it safe on the OLED? Yes, it is perfectly safe. And this is my first OLED. Valve not recognizing you. I don't know. I mean, I'm a small channel. I've literally only done mostly Steam Deck stuff for a year. I wouldn't expect them to have heard of me. Isn't it a visual bug? Got on performance seemed just fine. I've heard that. I'm not sure, honestly. I'll have to look into it more. Like I said, I wasn't able to replicate it last night in the brief couple minutes that I tested it. Cryostilities install works now. Good. Can I check if Forspoken runs okay? I do not have Forspoken. So I will not be able to check that today at least. Maybe in the future if I get it, but I do not have it yet. Yours was supposed to get to you today, but got delayed till Monday. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Mine was, I wasn't expecting mine to get here for another like 3 weeks. So when I posted the poll for the patrons for what should I do, I was expecting this was going to be in like December. But here we are. Coming with Dead Pixels. Somebody else mentioned that. We'll see if mine has one. Command to see what display you have. Okay, let's see. Let me, I need to copy that command. Okay, I've copied that command. The first boot isn't connecting your Wi-Fi. Keeps saying the password is wrong. I'm not sure. I'll have to see if I get the same issue. Use your iFixit torque screwdriver set for the first time to swap the drive. Nice. I have my trusty old iFixit. It's like 7 years old and has been with me to Sweden and back. And it is, I'm missing like several of the bits, but it keeps on going. Yes, install cryo utilities on the OLED. It should have similar, if not slightly better performance. I'll test that in a little while though. Ordered your OLED 3 days ago in the LE. It's already shipping. Nice. Can confirm SSD swap between decks is possible. Just did yours. Yep. The hardware is like Linux isn't as picky as Windows is. If you run WinDeck, you might have a problem, but for SteamOS, you're fine just putting your drive in whatever. Skip me. No. I think the Wolf Den is also going to do a burn-in test. That wouldn't surprise me. I haven't seen his video on the OLED yet, though. Is there a way to overclock with BIOS 119? or the only way to do it is to downgrade the BIOS. There is one person who successfully overclocked on 119, but they aren't revealing how they did it, and it's using proprietary software and stuff that the public doesn't have access to. So right now, the only way is to downgrade. I'm in the process of making a video about that, but all this stuff just keeps happening, and now I'm behind. One, I already answered that question. Any Black Friday shopping? I just got my SkyPad glass mouse pad. That's it. Oh my, I thought I was caught up. Missing some of the bits. You got that kit for Christmas? Yes, 7 years ago, Crystal. Where to download Breath of the Wild Wii U version? That's beyond the scope of this. That's I cannot help you with that. 512 OLED, the screen is as good as advertised. Happy to hear. Sold your deck today and promptly ordered the LE. Awesome. The mod case and screen protectors. I don't usually use screen protectors, but I do have the mod case. It's my favorite case. I actually have two. I might put the second one on my limited edition. I am not sure yet. Had the Wi-Fi issue, got it by hitting cancel and then attempting again without retyping it. Just connect again. Seems buggy. Interesting. I'm sure you can do it right now, just like the LCD, but I can't confirm. That was to RK. That was a little while ago. Oh, you think be able to overclock in the near future? If you downgrade, I don't know if you can downgrade to 116 on the OLED. That's something I'm going to have to try. There you go. Not right now, but I will try it. Delivery in the UK is a mess. A lot of comments from people not receiving their decks. That's how it was in the US when the original deck launched. The FedEx had such a problem with theft. What timing? Just received it this afternoon. Haven't unboxed it yet. I've had mine for 2 days. Do I have a Nintendo Switch? Yes. Is there any online games you can play with people across the world? I mean, probably some. I don't really play my Switch though. I don't enjoy my Switch. Hey, Aviated Views Sound. Welcome. No issue with the OLED. It doesn't connect to Wi-Fi 6 routers, supposedly 160 megahertz channels. There is a Steam Deck forum post about it, and there are several tickets with Valve. Good to know. Thank you, Blake. Are you extra glad you moved to the US as the limited edition doesn't ship to the EU? Said it doesn't access in Germany. Thankful didn't tempt you to spend even more money. I think it's a travesty that it's not worldwide. I do not know why it's limited. I assume it's a supply chain thing. But it is very depressing that you cannot order the limited edition worldwide. Linux, all you ever wanted from computers. Words cannot describe your love for it. I also love Linux. I think words could probably describe it, but I also love it. Unfortunately, I'm on Windows on this machine, and I hate every second, but you know, we do what we gotta. When will you unbox it? Super late in Central? Very soon, sorry. Well, I test PWM, a limited edition is a BOE panel and 512 gigs Samsung confirmed. Okay. Well, I test PWM, not right now, maybe later. I don't know if I have the equipment for that. BOE screen, no dead pixels, thank God. Set in HD 600 to 6XX. 6XX from drop. Had a chance to open it up and take a look at the new retention mechanism. It already looks much better than based on the length of the springs. Good. The LCD one was good, but it was a little underbuilt. I feel like this one is going to be just right. I'm hoping. I might open it up like tomorrow or the day after, off stream. Why use a Switch when you have a Steam Deck? There are some use cases, but I just use my Steam Deck. Some good screen protectors from the Steam Deck that aren't too pricey. I have heard very good things about the JSOX screen protectors. Just got your limited edition? Awesome. Evening, just out of curiosity, would those open fan JSOX backplates be worth putting on the new OLED deck? I think that the temperature difference would be much smaller than the original LCD deck, but it's possible that it could still help. I'm just going to need to test it to know. You like your Switch? Your deck does not replace your Switch. For me, it's a comfort issue. The Switch is too small, even with like Hori Split Pad Pros, so it hurts my wrist to use. The Steam Deck doesn't have that problem, so I just use that. JSOX screen protectors seem good. Yep, that's what I was saying. You think Valve would make a limited edition for EU or other countries? I hope so. I do not know, though. Anyone get a good deal on a used deck lately? Curious how much they're going for. I know there are some being sold in my Discord server. If you want to join, you can use !Discord to get a link to that. I can't vouch for any of the actual sales, but there are some that are there. Don't pretty much all have some level of PWM. Probably, yes. I think that you're correct. I am honestly I'm not as versed in display technology as I would like to be, at least not in the past few years. So I'm going to try to catch myself up on that before I make a video on it. Anyone have control feeds fit Steam Deck? I do not know. Switch has its own uses, so does your PS3. Fair enough. Think Valve will make a different limited edition for EU? Possibly, no idea. The utilities UI in your LE is very small to the point of illegible. Any idea why? Yes, that is a known bug. I'm going to try to fix it now that I have my OLED. I could not test it before. Do you need to download any shaders after installing EmuDeck, or are you good to go? You should be good to go, I think. With the exception of maybe CEMU might need some shaders, but that's about it. Wait until you feel how much lighter it is. I didn't think the original one was very heavy, but I am 6'4", like 190 centimeters, so I'm not the use case for where the deck is too heavy. Screen looks huge. Been playing Darkness 2 and Ori. Okay, I've heard good things about Ori. Let's see. Make an atomic purple OLED. If they don't, JSOX does sell shells for the LCD, and I'm hoping, I think, that they will make some for the OLED as well. Especially now that the screen is easier to take out, so it should be easier to do a swap than on the original LCD. Okay, I'm mostly caught up now. I'm going to go over to my desk over here and put up the other camera, and let's start unboxing it, because I don't think I can wait any longer. I'm going to be honest with you. Let's see. All right. Can you guys see the desk? I hope so. No, you have not missed anything yet. Hold on, I'm getting my mic into place. I'm sorry if there's any loud noises in the meantime. Okay. Unboxing time. Let's see. Let me know, is this too quiet for you? Do I need to get the mic a little closer to me? Too zoomed in? Yeah, I'm already at the max height of my mount for my phone, so I'm going to have to... It's going to be smaller when the deck is actually opened. This whole box is just barely out of frame. So let's just get it open and then we can see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the zoom. When I get a real camera, it won't be an issue. Perfect. Thank you, guys. A stable 30 on low on the OLED. Wow, okay, on Returnal. All right, here we go. Get it in frame there. Limited edition. Hopefully without any dead pixels. All right. We're gonna need an everyday carry video. All right, well, I'll arrange that if I can. All right, this is obviously just the power adapter. Let's get that open too. Didn't expect there to be tape on that for some reason. All right. How dare you not already have a better camera? Yeah, I'm sorry. So ZV-E1 previous gen, still pretty good. Yeah, I want something with swappable lenses. That's my thing. So like I was looking for Black Friday deals, but I just don't have the money after buying the OLED. So that'll have to be a future problem. Okay, good. I got the US one. I was worried that because my Steam account was on in the EU until the day before. I was worried that they would actually send me the wrong one. Okay, there you go. I should have taken that off on screen now that I think about it. I'm sorry, guys. But the cable is supposedly longer. I think this is, what, 2 meters or something? Instead of, oh, here we go, another one. Instead of the 1.5 from before. So hopefully, there you go. No need to use pull tab to rip the paper. Thank you for telling me. I would have used the pull tab and been sad. I'm just gonna mash my keyboard, I guess. Classy. All right, there we go. Or a donation. Yeah. I can hit my light apparently. I cannot condone sending me anything. But here we go. I really like the holographic. It was on the original here too, but I really like it. I don't know. I'm a 90s kid. Holographic is my jam, so I'm very happy to see that it made its return. I've seen people tear the tab and it hurts. See, on the original, I think that there might have been a piece of paper here or something. I don't know. I tore it and I regretted it, but all right. Actually, selling your Fujifilm X-T3, great hybrid, demand Discord. Sure, send it over to me. I'll let you know if I'm interested or not. Let's see. Let me know when you're ready to camera shop. I'll help you. Thank you, Bill. I know you know your cameras. I will take you up on that probably. Ashen Scholar, also known as my brother Josh, just donated $5. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. All right, here we go. Gonna get caught up. Of course it is. Perfect. Oh, there's the thing. Thanks, Josh, for that riveting message. What did he say? Yeah, he said pee pee poo poo. Anyway, so this little thing here is here again. I'm not a big fan of this, but at least it's anti-tamper. Is there an easy way to get it off? I'm not even sure. Probably just cut it. Would I like another $5? I mean, would you like $5? I mean, probably, but I cannot condone donations, especially when I'm opening a limited edition Steam Deck. An all black carrying case. Yes, I love this. This matte black. It's the nice silicone material. Very nice. Let's see. Come with another layer. Yes, it does. It also comes with this little thing here. And another one of these that I never actually used on the original deck. It was just slightly too small for literally anything I wanted it for, but I'm happy to have it. It feels like the same divot down here. You wish it didn't look so good. Yeah, it's just nice enough to not want to open it. Oh, this is Velcro. Oh, that was a loud Velcro. That was a very loud Velcro. Thank you for the Final Fantasy XIII settings tutorial. Thank you for watching the video, Jay Bobazilla. Don't forget to sniff the vents. I think you're all crazy. I have sniffed the vents of 4 Steam Decks now, and none of them smell good. This is fun. I agree. How dare it come with stuff already on the screen? Look at that. I'm obviously joking. Do not harass Valve. Jeremia, thank you for the $5. I was being serious. You did not need to donate that. But I really appreciate it. Thank you. Still getting the LCD right now. If OLED is a thing, haven't gotten a Steam Deck yet. Probably. I mean, I still love my original Steam Deck. There's no reason to not get it. This is nicer, but like there's nothing huge that should cause anything, I don't think. Holy Mother of Beauty. This is... I cannot express how good this looks in person. Oh, Dean Kimball, thanks for Cryo Utilities again. Getting your Ellie in Germany as my mom lives in the US and is coming to visit next week and bringing it. Fingers crossed for no dead pixels. Thank you so much for the 10 euros, Dean. And I also hope that you get no dead pixels. And I also hope that I don't have any on this one. Oh, there's a motif. Yeah, look at that. It's gorgeous. The orange... it's such a good orange. It's got that, like, it's the same kind of aesthetic as the JSOX backplate for the original one, but it's in a more gray instead of a brown. I love it. It looks so good. It is a little tiny bit lighter. I can't say that I had a problem with the weight of the other one, but it is a tiny bit lighter. Oh, Chrissy Gamer G, $30, a difference to cover the cost. Thank you so much for the $30. Oh, geez. And Yes, Crystal, you can play it once the stream is done. Guy Manley, thank you for the $10. And FYI, you went with the 512. Already put the clear green JSOX V1 on it. I don't foresee any issues with thermals. Remove the thermal pad from the back, but the SD card feels a little tighter. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Guy. Or Guy. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, actually. All right, but yeah, here it is. That is a very strong anti-glare. Let me see if I can position it just right to get it on screen here. And then okay, so this right here is the glossy, pardon the particles on it. Yeah, like that's the glossy. You can see the difference right there. That is crazy. And then let me bust out my other. This is the original etched. It's in the JSOX mod case. Okay. It has a different, like a different color to it. So it's a little more natural, but it has about the same diffusion. It's not more or less etched. It doesn't feel like, at least, or it doesn't seem. Am I still going to replace it with Hall joysticks? Not unless they come out in a color like this. I have the Hall joysticks in this one right here, and they're great, but they're not in this color, I'll tell you that. Glossy better or not? A lot of people prefer glossy. I prefer etched. I like the fingerprint resistance and the fact that it doesn't reflect as much, obviously. And also it gives like almost a layer of anti-aliasing by default without any performance impact. So I really like etched. Favorite thing about the Decalo is going to be the screen, but the more you play, the more you love it for the new haptics. I can't wait. Open it, bro. Yeah. The back looks so good. It's phenomenal. I love the orange screws. Like, what a stupid little touch, but I love it. The LE looks so beautiful. I know. I am not going to do a shell swap or anything. This is staying vanilla because it is beautiful. $100 from Patrick Quidera. Oh my God, thank you so much. Towards upgrading your equipment, although the stream looks really good. Thank you so much, man. Bill prefers etched. Limited edition more ready. Yeah, it's like a yellowy almost. It kind of shifts the white point almost, which is interesting. All joysticks don't fit the new deck? Not yet. Give Ghoulie Kit time. Let them cook. Damn, Patrick. Yeah, Patrick is insane. Thank you so much again. Okay, I prefer the glossy, but I like to have the option play outside. Yeah. Damn, it looks nice. Joystick PCB changes, the Ghoulie Kit ones won't work. Yeah, I'm assuming that they'll have to come out with new ones. Yes, Crystal, yes, definitely. Thank you for that. Can you compare the liner in the case you have to the case you have on the other deck? I can, actually. I'll do that right now. Caleb with $10. Thank you guys so much. Your kindness is way too much. Thank you for Cryo Utilities already implemented on your OLED deck, non-LE. I'm happy that you liked Cryo Utilities. Thank you. Use some kind of plastic wrap on the orange screws so you don't strip them when opening. That is a good point. Even with the Torx, does it still strip with Torx? And thank you, Vagif. You're always here for me. Hold my orange screws. You got it right, Leo. All right, so this is pretty similar. It's white, obviously, instead of the other one. I like the... I fear it will get dirty very quickly. I'm going to leave it in this plastic wrap for now. Gonna pay for this deck today. Yeah, no kidding, guy. Holy crap. Where can you buy the limited from Germany? You'll have it too. You'll have to buy it from somebody in the US, like have them buy it for you and then deliver it, I think. I think that's the only way right now. Unless they, Valve sets up a way to do it in Europe. So the limited edition has a URL with 2023 in it. So what I think they're going to do is continue releasing limited editions, but it's limited time and not limited stock like we're used to. I think that's the difference. Does the LED charge light annoy you? Plug in the charger, look at the screen. You can disable in BIOS if so. Oh, that's a good call. Good question for the 656. Yes, the glossy attracts no end of dust. You can tell. I wiped it down right before the stream, and it's already like this. So yes, the glossy attracts hair like you wouldn't believe. Too bad the screen is BOE and matte on the limited edition, and they don't give us options. I guess. I don't know. I don't mind it. I will mind it if I have a dead pixel though. Oh, so nice. You wash your hands before you touch it. I washed my hands right before the stream, so yeah, that's about right. That was. I don't like how it has. Sorry, I don't like how it has Velcro right here on the outside. I feel like that's gonna pick up everything. If I just take this and put it in my backpack, I feel like this Velcro is gonna just eat up fur and stuff. I have a dog, so. It's the same. Is the LE carrying case the same exact size as the OG carrying case? I don't have my OG carrying case on me right here. I can go grab it in a second for you, and I'll compare the cases for you guys. Okay, so that, yeah, that's just the big divot in there. Ordered the limited edition, very excited. You like the stream? Thank you, Skylar. Carrying case is the same exact size. Oh, I already read that. Can I do a video on demonstrate BG3? I need to actually play Baldur's Gate 3. So I'm not going to start that on stream now, but my next deck dive will be Baldur's Gate 3. I need to start it and get 70 hours in though, so you guys gotta let me play it. It's going to take some time. Etched also attracts dust. I mean, all screens attract dust, but the glossy to me attracts so much more, at least here. I don't know if it has to do with like air pressure or something, but am I gonna put a screen protector on it? No, I hate screen protectors. This is certainly a song. Hold on, let me change the carnival music for you guys. I don't know why. It's kind of funny actually. There we go. Yes, G3. Yeah. Can we get a lock 45? I have no idea. I will tell you in the deck dive. Didn't know there was a portion of the carrying case that could be pulled out. This is, I think, I'm not sure if it's limited edition only or if it's just the 1 terabyte ones. I think it's the 1 terabyte ones. But yes, this one has like this really cool tear down inside of it. I really like how it looks. I like it's like kind of a gray yellow. It's not going to get too dirty too quickly. I like that. Can I dunk? I did dunk one time in high school back when I was much thinner and much fitter. So not now. Seeing a benchmark of Baldur's Gate 3 comparing the temps. Yeah, that'll be part of the all my deck dives will contain OLED and also original and also overclocked results from now on. So you'll be able to see that. Memory speed could be big for emulation. Very true. Okay, so let me real quick compare this inner case to my JSOX mod case. Let me see if I can clear this off the desk real quick. Going on the floor. Okay, so right away, you're not going to fit on screen, of course. It's a little bigger than the JSOX mod case. The mod case took a little damage there, apparently. Yeah, it's a little tiny bit bigger. You can see the zipper around it. So it's not quite as compact. Let's see if I can get... There we go. It's also bigger that way. And I don't know how it feels in there yet. Let me put it in there and let me see how rigid it feels just in this soft shell here. So excited for the deck dives. Yeah, I like doing deck dives. They just take a lot of time now that I have to do like 37 permutations. So I get behind on them is the problem. Is CU 2.0 workable on Steam Deck? Yes, it works perfectly fine. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, it works. Do you think Valve will make a thin version of the Switch like a Steam Plank? That would be sick. I don't know. I don't think that there's a big need for it, but I can't say that they wouldn't. I mean, now that the OLED is out, they kind of have a Pro variant, right? TomTalk Slim Case. I've heard a lot of good things about the TomTalk. Okay, so for this, I would not really trust my screen in there and anything that was actually going to get pushed in. I can actually, you can hear. I'm not sure if you could hear that, but the analog stick can click through this case, which is kind of, it's not as sturdy as I would like for a liner like this. I would have liked a little more rigidity, but I mean, it's not bad. You could use it to protect your screen and like actually tearing off the sticks at least, but I wouldn't use it in like a heavy duty scenario. Whereas the mod case, like you cannot, like it takes a lot of force to push on that at all. So This is a lot sturdier, and you can also use it with like the case still on like this, whereas with this it's naked after, and this has like a little clip on the back. It's like the kill switch but cheaper, and I like the feel of this a little more than the kill switch when I held it. So I think that the mod case is probably a better option than this liner, but it is cool that the liner is an option at all. Tacky novelty case. I don't mind it. I think that it would be like, I would guess that the structural integrity of this case nested in this one is probably better than just the original case. Like, this feels sturdier than the original case on its own, but it does not feel sturdier than the mod case. What if we combine them? I don't think that will fit. I could try to fit it in here. It's definitely not going to fit, I don't think. Yeah, that's not... You're not combining that. Problem for you with the mod case is the kickstand broke off. Wrong one. Right here, this broke off. Because there's a metal kickstand you can put on, and I haven't ever broken it. It's sitting over there right now, and I've used it quite a bit. Although, like, at least it's replaceable if just that part breaks. Tweak CU to get a good size on the OLED screen right now. Yes, that's a known bug. I'm going to take a look at it this weekend, hopefully. An in-depth Moonlight Sunshine local streaming video now that I have the workstation and 90 hertz. That is a good idea, Vigith. I will probably look into doing that and compare it to Steam Remote Play, because to me, Sunshine and Moonlight is a much better combination. Div in the back also lets you carry the charger in a little mesh bag. Yeah, so the problem I have with that, like, it might work better with the US charger, but when I had the EU charger, it like barely fit in here. And now they have an even longer cable. I don't know. Let's see if we can nest it in here. What about case without the liner and the mod case? That's a good question. Let me try that in a second here. Okay, so this does fit, at least when it's wrapped up and it's like poking out. But then you start like cutting into this. So like, you could probably get it if you origami'd it up. But when I want to go somewhere, I don't want to like deal with this. So usually what happens is I either bring like a U-green power brick because they're really small, or I will just straight up shove the charger underneath here and be like, well, I hope that doesn't fall out. Pokemon Sunshine and Moonlight. Yeah, it does sound like that, huh? That's kind of like X and Y, isn't it? Or not X and Y. Which one was with Solio and the lunar one? I forget. I think that was Sun and Moon, actually. Yeah, do it. Forgot about that. Check out how HDR works too when it's streaming if you can. I will try, yes. Moonlight's a bit more stable than Steam Link from your testing. Much more, and it looks a lot better. Printed a thing to hold the charger in the inlay at the bottom. That's a good idea. I have my old printer from before I moved in this room, but I've not set it up yet. It's not where the kickstand connects to the left mount. Oh yes, yeah, you're right. They don't sell the kickstand on their site? I did not know that, actually. I will have to ask them about that. I do have a JSOX wrap. I'll see if that can be changed, because, like, if it has a risk of breaking at all, it should be a separate part. For having your deck without protection. It's a little heavy for you. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Couldn't help yourself and double dipped. You got the 512 because the S screen seems weird. I really like the etched, but, like, yeah, I definitely get that it's a taste, or it's, like, personal taste thing, personal preference. Wonder what the point of the new outer Velcro strap is. Did anyone have issues with the zipper coming apart? I don't know. I would guess it's to keep this in. Like, it's more to keep the inner shell in, because the zipper is actually on the inner shell and not the outer one. So this is more of a retention mechanism than anything else. It's like Chiaki and Moonlight work better on the OLED with the upgraded Wi-Fi. I intend to test that very soon, because I would dock my deck over playing with Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi 5 was so much slower. CryoUtilities 2.2 UI looks super tiny. That is a known bug, and I am going to work on that soon. Video idea so the public can get a better understanding of different minute efficiency differences in the OLED deck. Test an OLED replacement for the LCD with potentially the same batteries. Is there an OLED replacement? I don't think it's possible to put an OLED in the LCD. The driver board on the motherboard is too different. There is the Deck HD, but that's not OLED. Chiaki with Wi-Fi 6 is surely better than PS Portal and no Wi-Fi. Yeah, I am very sure of that. Chiaki works great. Well, the mod case is very slightly see-through. Now you can tell through my million fingerprints, but you can see through it, so maybe it'll work. Nintendo Switch OLED or OLED Steam Deck? That's a loaded question. I don't like the Nintendo Switch that much, so. All right, let's see if this fits. That does fit. It might be a little bit overkill, and there's no zippers in the side though. So like you could, like this could probably pop out. So I'm gonna say, it's good if you feel like you need that protection if you're throwing your Steam Deck at the ground or something, but I don't think it's necessary for everyday use. Let's see. Do you think they make a Deck 2, they prioritize low cost and do LCD only again? Probably not. I think we're at a point where OLED is actually going to start being on like a lot of mobile devices that aren't like budget ones. Especially now that OLED is becoming more cost effective. So I suspect that Steam Deck 2 will be OLED only or OLED on all but the bottom SKU. Chiaki often had problems with green textures on the OLED model. I could never get rid of it unless I hardwired it. Interesting. I wonder if that's a network issue. I'll have to test it. Sony was thinking about when they made the PS Portal. I don't know. Nerd Nest Bill is here. I don't know if he ever got past 44%, but he seems like the use case for it. If the PS Portal directly to PS5, it would be cool, but the way it's pretty lame right now. It's worse than the Wii U, and that's something. Pick it up by the handle like that to carefully test falling out. What, like, can you describe what you mean, Screggy? Sony, we're thinking of money. Yeah. Haven't measured it, but the Xbox Game Pass streaming feels like it has a lot less latency on the OLED when it did on the LCD. Yes, it's because of Wi-Fi 6E. Pouring out for the next Switch console with no OLED panel. Yeah. It'll still get bought quite a bit. I mean, they were putting out 240p panels in 2014, so Nintendo makes it. It will print money. The Portal should be Wi-Fi 6 with local streaming at home and could be gaming. Yeah, wow, he's trying to make me cry. Sorry, Bill. I guess that's a no. You never got past 44%. Also, less input lag in general with OLED. Yes, there was actually a really good video by Digital Foundry. That's like one of the 3 videos I watched about the OLED. Let's see. There's also input lag. Okay. Playing a dark room and the blacks are amazing. Just melts into the void. Velcro flat folded over, but unzipped. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Pray for me because this is my limited edition. All right, so it's unzipped. You can see there. Gently. Very gently. A little more aggressively. Yeah, that's not coming out. At least not with new Velcro. It seems fine. I mean, I could try it from the end too. Just from the handle here. Yeah, no, it seems pretty solid, even with just the Velcro on. You returned it. Oh, wow. I mean, that's fair, Bill. Like, I mean, they didn't want to fix it. Hopefully that was good, Scratchy. No chance for a Switch 2 is OLED, but the Steam Deck could. Yeah. PS Vita went from OLED to LCD with its later model. Yeah. But that was years ago, to be fair. The Steam and... oh, these buttons here. Oh no, that's very clicky. Okay, so I'm going to use my mod deck here real quick. This one is a much newer version than my original, which is over here. This one is more recent. So this one is, I think I got it in February or March. Center that. So this, it's clicky, but it still feels a little bit squishy. That's scary. Yeah, you're right. Can you compare the weights? I can. I mean, I don't have a scale right here, but I can in a full video. This feels much more clicky. It also feels like it has smoother actuation straight down. Let's see if the 3 dots is the same. Yes, the 3 dots is the same. It feels like no matter where you click it, it'll click. Whereas on my previous one, I had to make sure to click in the middle. So yes, the Steam and dot buttons are great. Let's get some ASMR, yeah. Yeah, Bill, you weren't kidding. They do feel a lot better. The analog sticks, they have a, well, actually, this is a bad one to test on. This is a Ghoulie kit. Let me check on my original. This one has about a year of wear and tear, so that might make it different, but the limited edition ones here, the OLED, are way smoother. They feel smoother to me. That might just be because like this has actually gotten some use, but this one, it's harder to actuate. This one just feels like it glides. You had a little accidental drop by leaving your unzip. Went to pick up the case, busted up your right button. Oh yeah, well there you go. This one shouldn't have that issue as long as you have the Velcro adhered. Let's see if the right is the same. The right on this one is a little easier to move, and this one's even smoother. This one it's better by a mile. Let me try the start and select real quick. Start and select are similar. If anything, I feel like these are a little clickier, but just very barely. This isn't exactly an input test, but the D-pad feels about the same to me. It's maybe a tiny bit clickier, but I think that's just wear and tear. The D-pad feels about the same. I'm going to check for the dead pixels soon, don't worry. Oh, the face buttons are way clickier. These are soft-ish. Well, they're not soft, but they're still on the better end of a controller. Like if I compare with my Ghoulie Kit Kong Pro here, this one has mechanicals. This is very clicky. This is like slightly less. This is about the same, maybe a little more clicky than the Ghoulie Kit, and this has mechanical key switches in it. Let's see. Love the Gamers Nexus pad. Thanks. Throwing the back triggers is super short. You're only just like the back trigger buttons. Oh yeah, that does feel a little different. Let me. It does feel a little shorter on this, but it also feels smoother. I'm not sure if that's bad or good yet. I'll have to check it. And the shoulder buttons feel identical, or the bumpers feel identical. Want to see if the new screen can be overclocked to 100 hertz? I don't know, and I don't know if an OLED screen can be safely overclocked, so that's something I'll have to look into. Could the button difference be from use? It's possible. I could check the face buttons on this one too. So like in order of age, this one up here is the oldest, then this one's much newer, and then this one's obviously the LE. That one's soft-ish. That one's about the same. And this one is noticeably clickier. I don't know if anybody else noticed the same thing with theirs, but it does feel different. And the D-pad feels identical. But I'm not in OS yet, so it could actually have better actuation, like better recognition. I'm not sure yet. Starfield performance comparisons? Perhaps. Not today. I would have to re-download it, I think. But in general, perhaps. New case is cool as double security, forget to zip, but it'll be annoying for sneaky play in the night. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of, is it's going to be loud. Take a drink real quick. Thumbstick tops are wider, not by much. Yes, it's very barely noticeable, but they do cup your finger a lot more. I don't really have a problem with that because I usually rest my finger right on the edge instead of like instead of planting it like this. But it is slightly taller. Widespread issue on the limited edition valve messed up using BOE for the LE. Yeah, I think what is BOE? Is that a different manufacturer, or is that a different screen type? Everyone stay hydrated. Yes, thank you, Crystal. All right, I'm going to turn this bad boy on. Everybody ready? All right. Hopefully it has some charge in it. New sticks are better. At least you liked them more. Yeah, it does. They do feel a little better. They feel a lot smoother. BOE brand is best on earth. Ah. Manufacturer. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the different options for panels. Do they have any resistance like the DualShock 4s? I don't think so. I mean, they have. What do you mean by the resistance? Like, do they snap back? Oh wow, that is beautiful. The camera does not do that justice. You were not lying, Bill. The thumbsticks are concave. Yes, you can see sort of there. It's hard to tell, but they are very slightly concave. Yes. The panel ain't made by LG or Samsung. I don't want it. I don't mind too much if it's a third-party panel, but they do make the best. You need to plug in for it to turn on. No, not anymore. If you long press the power button, that was in SteamOS 3.5 release notes. Okay. Wow, that is certainly blurry for the camera. Is it blurry for you guys too? Is that just my camera or my scaling? Let me try to make my viewport a little bigger. I don't think I can. It's even better with the lights off. Yes, probably. But unfortunately, that would take me. I would have to get up and walk around to shut all my lights off. Is there some tension? Oh yeah, there is definitely tension. Like it wants to return, and it feels like you have to push at it. Power cord? No, I don't need that anymore. I mean, I will have to eventually because it's not fully charged. But yeah, we're gonna get in yours. Yeah, I cannot blame you. I think Russ is crazy to not think it's a banana screen. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. The blacks are so black. You are not kidding. So not blurry? Okay. Heads up, when you try HDR, you might have to switch Proton versions to get it work some games. Had to switch to experimental to get HDR working in Doom Eternal. I was actually going to use experimental for everything, so that makes sense. All right, so I'm going to set this up off my screen here. Just bear with me while I get this set up. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the stream so far. Valve needs to recognize you, maker of Cryo Utilities, a major Steam Deck developer. I'm upset you didn't get a review unit, but I do feel good about spending this moment with you. Well, thank you, Solitech. I don't know that I'm like a big enough deal for them, which is fair. Like, I haven't been doing this for very long, and I definitely do not blame them for thinking that if that is the case. Oh wow, instant connection to the internet. That is so much better than the OG. Here, check your ABXY buttons rattle when you shake the deck a bit. A lot of people are reporting that. Very, very slightly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can hear it. It's so subtle, and I have to shake it pretty heavy. I need the clapper. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of like USB powered lights, so I have like a light up here, right above the camera. I have one over to the right. I have one over my monitor. I have the one in the room on. Enjoy the Gamers Nexus desk. Thank you. No capper. $49.99. Thank you so much. Wanted to show appreciation for everything you do for the Steam Deck community. Hashtag deckheads. Thank you so much. Insane generosity today. You guys spoil me. Solitech having a great stream. Thank you. Gotta ingest everything Steam Deck. Crowboy 33 is best. Thank you. Is that a trick? Is there a theme or something that makes the UI black for the OLED? I think that it's just built in. I will probably install CSS Loader, like the Decky plugin, and see like what I can do for that. See if there's a way to make it like a little darker or a little lighter on here, and also on the LCD. Cryo Utilities work the same way on the new models? Yes. Show some emulation like RetroArch. Maybe on this stream. It depends how long it takes to get through all the basic testing and setup and stuff. But I will be doing emulation in general on here. Is this backlight bleeding? No. That is my lighting. There's no backlight bleed. I don't think I could get it into a clear spot, but no, there is no backlight bleed. The can I get now? The blacks are blacker than the bezels. Like, I'm not sure if you can see that. It is insanely dark, and there is no backlight bleed. What you're seeing on the upper side here is just the light up there. Let me see. I can shut this one off. There you go. That's actually a little better too. Okay, yeah, I'll leave that one off. Smell it? Yeah, hold on. That certainly smells like electronics. I don't know. My nose is pretty bad, to be clear, but y'all are crazy. Is it possible for Valve to incorporate the dual stage function that Steam controllers triggers into the bumper of the next Steam Deck? Is it possible? Yes, but I also think that Sony trademarked that. So I think that they would probably be paying out the nose to get access to it. It's an OLED, it has no backlight. Yeah, exactly. Firmware update next. Yeah, exactly. Couldn't get CSS Loader to work on your OLED. I will try it. It's possible that it just doesn't work anymore. I'm like, SteamOS has updated majorly in the past little while, and I'm not even sure if it's being developed anymore, honestly. If the Deck 2 is mini OLED, would that be an upgrade or downgrade? Versus OLED, that would be a downgrade, I think. It looks like top center bleeding pretty hard too. Hope it's just light angle. It is. It's just light angle. No bleeding. Yep. Which carrier delivered it and did it require a signature? It was, for me, it was UPS, and no, it did not require a signature. Ocarina of Time, 90 FPS? Probably not. I mean, it plays at a solid 20 on the base hardware. I mean, maybe. I know there's like SM64 has that entirely recompiled version. I'm sure that would hit 90. Controls won't work in the BIOS, and each time you turn on your deck, it goes to the BIOS. How can you fix this? That's an interesting question. I don't know why it wouldn't work. I would guess that you need to update your firmware. And if that's not the case, you might have to set your default boot option, but I'm not even sure if you can do that on the Steam Deck. I'll have to see. There doesn't need to be a new cryo for the OLED version, eVooms. How many days did it take for you to ship it? I ordered it the day it came out, and it got here on Wednesday. So, I don't know, that was like 6 days or something. Will I go to YouTube on the new deck and have Streamception? Probably not. Smell is back. Yeah. Common Sony L, yeah. Let's see. Did not have the vintage LCD smell. Did that on stream a few days ago. Mini LED has advantages and disadvantages over OLED. Much of it has to do with the backlight zone count. Yeah, exactly. And in something small like this, it's going to be real hard to get the backlight zone count low enough or high enough to make it fight with an OLED. Does the B button still catch sometimes? I never had that issue personally, but like even pressing on the very edge doesn't seem like it. You can mod the base game and do whatever framing you want. ZFC. Okay, cool. I know ZFG. I know of ZFG. I watched him at. I watch all the GDQs, so I've seen him a bunch. ROG Ally all day, every day. I'm not a Windows guy, and I've had really bad luck with Asus products. But like, if you like your ROG Ally, I am very happy. Like, handheld portable gaming is the future, and if anybody gets into it in any way, I'm happy. Blacks look so good. Yeah, you're not kidding, dude. Is there a burn-in warranty? I am not sure, actually. I will say that there shouldn't be any burn-in, or at least it should take a insanely long time to burn in. Yeah, exactly what Bill said. It was like OLEDs aren't the same way they used to be, so it's not nearly as much of a risk, and software's gotten better about it too. Valve needs to start selling extended warranties. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never been an extended warranty kind of person, but I'm also pretty hands-on. So for other people, yeah, that would probably be a good idea. New APU driver, have you tried it? I haven't even used Windows on the Steam Deck, I'm going to be honest. Do a live Cryo Utilities installation tutorial? Sure, I can do that in a bit. B button was terrible on your day one Steam Deck. Stoked it was isolated, only a few of us. Yeah. You hate your Asus M16. I have an Asus laptop somewhere around here. It's the AMD Advantage, and that thing has so many problems. And it's not because it's AMD. It's all of the Armory Crate stuff that constantly destroys the computer. I actually uninstalled it because Armory Crate makes it blue screen so often. Waiting to see what Alienware does with that one handheld they prototyped. Yes, that would be cool. The I forget what it was called. The Alienware Area 51 or something. I forget. Burn is really not an issue. Yeah, just got your LE. Face buttons are definitely more rigid and D-pad pivots better. Okay, cool. Start the firmware update. You're burn-in. It's not gonna burn in. Sick Fox. That's NVIDIA's fault. Yeah. The battery life, yeah. NVIDIA and Intel are both not great for battery life. The latest generation of AMD also isn't great for battery life, to be clear, but just in general, NVIDIA and Intel haven't cared about it for a long while. Handheld PC is the future. FSR 3 is going to be so good on a lot of games. Can't wait for CDPR to put into Cyberpunk. That would be great. I can't wait for that. Burn-in's inevitable since it's organic extended warranty comes. Burn-in is a must. Yes, but software and firmware improvements both limit or mitigate the issue quite a bit. Like, you have to intentionally try to get burn-in nowadays. I mean, even just on the Steam Deck here, like, if you have it off the charger, you'd have to go into KDE and disable sleep for it to even stay on long enough to think about burn-in, and that would be it's a very far-flung problem. It's not. I don't think it's nearly the issue people are saying it is anymore. Play some AAA games. I plan on it. I have a micro SD somewhere over here with some stuff on it. It's all my benchmarking games. So I'm gonna play like Horizon Zero Dawn. Maybe I think Red Dead might be on here. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. Subpixel pattern is identical to the Switch OLED, and that cancel takes a ton of abuse and burn-in. Yeah. You think Valve will finally release SteamOS universally now that they're not busy working on the OLED? That's what Plagueman said. He said they're working on it as fast as they can. But yeah, people were just so busy on the OLED. Time to get the Ally. Ally is good, but it's less user-friendly. Armory Crate is so needed, yeah. As a deck and Ally owner, so glad this space is exploding. I don't have the Ally. I hope to get the Legion Go at some point. Yeah, I'm so happy that we're getting so far in the handheld space now. Yeah, the Switch OLED for like 2 years. I think it was like a year and 6 months before there was actually distracting burn-in, and he could still play. And he was he was making it the worst it could possibly be. Hopefully Valve updates the software with OLED care like most TVs have. The Steam Deck isn't like a TV though. You're not just gonna leave it on. Like, if you leave it in game mode, well, if you're booted into a game, potentially yes. But if you just leave it in game mode without being booted into a game, it will go to sleep. Like, it doesn't need like the self-care routines like TVs do, where they're on for hours a day and people are watching sports with the UI up and everything. So that burns in. But it's not nearly as like prevalent of an issue here. Do they wobble? A little tiny bit, like they do if you push them directly from the side, but like it's not distracting to me. Like, it doesn't prevent actuation. After CU and some undervolting, you got Portal 2 running at 90 FPS at 7.5 watts. Holy crap. That's amazing. I'm going to have to try Portal 2. Any insights for the on Zen 5C? I believe they're working on 3 nanometer. I believe they are working on 3 nanometer. Do I still want to borrow your Ally? I'll have to think on that, Bill. I'm not sure. Probably not. It's I'm not a big fan of the Windows devices and everything, and I would prefer to keep one. I'm gonna take that away real quick. Steam mobile app. Yeah, that would have been smart, huh? But unfortunately, I have to type in my stuff manually. Okay, give me a second. I gotta find my password. cybersecurity reminder. Everybody make sure all your passwords are unique. Okay. I mean, just from entering my password, I can tell that the D-pad is better. The D-pad does feel substantially better. Whips here, have a good... All right, have a good night, Bill. Thanks for popping on. Let's see, how do... The Steam and menu buttons feel much better now. Let's see... Oh, crap. Hold on. Sorry for the flicker there. I just had to use my phone to approve my sign-in. Here we go. All right, use a password manager. Yes, I host my own instance of Bitwarden. Make sure passwords are as long as possible. Yep, 16 randomly generated characters. Even if you get to Legion Go, you're more than likely installing Linux quickly. Yeah, I probably would too. Let's see. I'm going to skip a couple. No offense to you guys. There's just a lot of messages coming in. Linux works on the Ally and Legion Go, but it's weird and hacky. Buttons are not perfectly mapped and TDP controls are broken. Yeah, I'm hoping like, what is it, Chimera and stuff, like pushes that forward, and Bazite and stuff like that. Long-term burn-in test between the Samsung and BOE panel. I believe Wolfden is doing that, and possibly Fox as well. Screen is improved for the touches they claim. I never, ever, ever touch my screen, but I will test it now. Wow, I hate touching the screen. Yep. Man, that screen is so good. Hold on, I have one more light within arm reach. Let's see if that helps. That makes it so much worse. I'm gonna turn that back on. I'm trying to get the exposure right. It's pretty rough. All right. Let's see. Can I put performance overlay level 4 on and in Steam 2 and then check the GPU clocks while moving around the home screen? Sure. I assume you're looking for the bug. I'm sure that it has it based on all the people saying that it has. It's on everything. And then 1040. Yeah, you're right. 200 1040. I'm not sure if this is the case. This is the first device I've had with this issue. But I at least heard from a viewer that that is a, that might be how it's actually intended to run. I'm not sure if that's the case. I'll have to look into it more. Now that I have a device that has it, I can look into it, but my other ones didn't have it. OLED screen looks really nice. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Can you measure weight? I do not have a scale on me, but apparently it is like 30 grams lighter. Oh yeah, John Hanley, thank you. Have you checked any dead pixels? I have not. Do you have a recommended way of checking for dead pixels, anyone? Is there any visible flickering? I am very sensitive to that, and I personally cannot detect any PWM or flickering. It seems very solid to me. It's not like normally when I look at a screen that flickers or has a BFI, like black frame insertion, it gives me like a headache immediately, even if it's a high polling rate. But this, it doesn't, I don't feel it at least. Glad to see you live. Just got yours delivered. Perfect. I am glad that you got yours. It is amazing so far. Having an issue with your Steam Deck where 2 of your games won't sync. Cloud save games for Undisputed and Horizon Zero Dawn. Looked on YouTube for fixes, but nothing showed up. Has worked. Help. Won't sync in cloud save games. I mean, you could try using the clean functionality in Cryo Utilities. That should at least clean it up so it could try to sync again. From what is the bug? It stays the GPU here stays at between 1040 and 200 megahertz. See, it just hops between those with nothing in between. But I don't know if that's actually like a problem or not. So it does go to 400 if you manually set it there. I just don't know if it's a problem. I think that might be like a polling display issue with the way the 90 hertz screen works or something. Not entirely sure. Pixel 4532 is dead. Is there a dead pixel? Oh. Wait, hold on. Nope. There we go. I thought that was a dead pixel for a second. Panic. Okay, CRTs are an issue. You always flicker, they're frustrating. Yeah, I recommend using eyes to detect dead pixels. Yeah, I didn't know if there was I didn't know if there was software for it, guys. I'm sorry. D-pad feels very inconsistent. It feels right. I mean, it is lagging behind a little bit, but it always does for me on here because I have a lot of games. I have, I don't know, 920 games, so it lags a little bit in the here for me always, but like it's not any worse than it normally is for me. Up and down feel a little better for me. Can I hear the PWM at low brightness by event? It's loudest. Let me see. Brightness is up here. I can't personally hear anything on the lowest brightness. I'll crank it up and I'll see if I can hear anything either. Nope, just the fan, and it's very, very quiet. I had to put my ear right up to the grill to actually feel it. I usually play with my Steam Deck on 50% brightness, but it looks like the 50% is a little dimmer here than it is in on the other one, so I'm going to put it at like 75. Because I know this display gets both brighter and darker. It's a little tune it makes when first pressing the power button. Oh yeah, the doo-doo-doo. I wonder if that can come back, because I think they open sourced the BIOS, so they should be able to. Can I check out the OLED keyboard and start a movie? Yes, let me get rid of this overlay first. Let's see. Let me try to get in frame for you guys. Customization. Here's the Steam Deck default. Just this little one here. It looks way better on this screen though. I'll tell you that. And I'm sorry in advance if you guys can hear any dogs barking. Is there, what's it named? Let's see. Go to desktop mode, search for dead pixel buddy and use the first result. Okay, I'll check that in a second, null stuff. I hear something, but deck has also shown other signs of issues. I wonder if there was maybe a pinched or something? That there are two different OLED screens? Yes, somebody was mentioning that earlier. 90 hertz refresh means you don't need your Ally or Legion Go for shooters anymore. Rejoice. Agreed. If you don't like the boot animation, you can find the one I made. I have a shameful amount of points. So if I don't like the boot animation, I think I'm covered. Thank you, though. Let's see. You have to claim rewards to get keyboard. Yeah, that's right. Oh, God. Up here. Yeah, there we go. Claim rewards. Go to settings. Thank you. Forgot about that. It's been a while. Wait, was that? No, okay. OLED, there we go. Let's preview it. I'll also activate it. All right, here we go. Previewing it. Does it feel smoother? Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sensitive to refresh rate, and 90 feels so much better. That was gorgeous. Did I mention anyone? I did not mention anybody. Somebody was mentioning that it did have some dead pixels before, but I do not have any. It doesn't seem like I do anyway. Nothing obvious. Okay, and then let's go to the keyboard real quick. And we'll go to the OLED keyboard and bring that up. Can I not bring it up anywhere? I thought I could. There we go. It's black and orange, same as the aesthetic for the LE. It looks pretty good. I'm not a big fan of skinned keyboards like this. I prefer to have like the whole key shaded in. But I mean, as far as keyboards go, like keyboard skins go, it is very nice. I still kind of prefer the look of this one though. I'm kind of lame that way. Got over 500,000 points and you bought every deck keyboard. Yeah, I've been wondering if I should just spend 1,000 games in the Steam library. Is over 4,400. I have no clue how I manage it. Yeah, I don't. I think the Fox has over 10,000 games or something. It's absolutely insane. Feel bad your neighbor has 2 million Steam points. Oof. Watching on 120 hertz, that looked incredible. Well, I'm glad that the iPhone camera is capturing its majesty. Music kicking right in during the boot animation. Yeah, overclock that shit. I don't think I can yet. It is using, if I go up to system here, it is using a new 105? That seems weird. Do I need a... Okay, apparently I'm up to date. That's a different naming scheme than I'm used to with the BIOS version. 119 is what I was expecting. So it's apparently using a completely different BIOS base. So somebody's going to have to, like, hack that first. I don't think I can even roll back to a BIOS that works. I will probably try it because I do have a firmware flasher. But this... I highly doubt I can overclock out of the box on this. Is Game Pass doable? If you use xCloud, I think. I don't use Game Pass personally. Or you can install Windows, obviously. That's too many games, you'd get overwhelmed. I do sometimes. And then I go back to playing my trusty old ones. Do I happen to have headphones with a 2.4 gigahertz? You have some, and you can't get the adapter to recognizing your new OLED without a hub. I do not. I have 3.5s and Bluetooth. I don't have any 2.4s around. Touchscreen is so much better. I mean, based on the very little touching I'm doing, because I never touch my screens, like except for my phone, which is mandatory. This seems very, very nice. Like, it seems a lot more reactive. I don't even know why I'm saying this, because I can just bust out my old one. All right, didn't mean to hit my boom arm there. Older BIOS versions didn't work for you? Yeah, I mean, I could maybe get it to work with the firmware flasher, but I don't think that it will work. Okay, so let's see. The touchscreen is way better indeed. Yeah, okay. I honestly don't have 120 games because that's mainly because your PC sucked for the longest time. That's fair. I've been PC gaming for a long time, so it just kind of came naturally and with humble bundles. Scroll to the top of your wish list in a second with a new touchscreen. Yeah. Okay, so yes, this is... I'm not sure if you can see that. It's a little bit better. It's kind of shameful how much better it is. Like, this doesn't feel bad per se, it just feels much worse. So this is like good, and this is like elite. 2.4s work perfectly on your LCD, but OLED won't pick it up. Is that because of the OS version? Does SteamOS, does it work on your LCD with the same SteamOS revision? So I need to see what the new OC possibilities are like with the new silicon. I believe that they should be much better when the unlocking happens. It still has significant performance improvements in emulation for you personally. Any data? I literally just unboxed this. I know on my LCD decks, it still has great improvements. Words are hard. Yes, I know emulation on the LCD with Cryo Utilities still has great improvements. I think that it will actually have even better improvements on the OLED, but that I don't have any testing to do with that yet. There's almost an input lag like delay. Yeah, exactly. Steam button still mushy? Not at all. It's perfect. The OLED made you hate your LCD monitor. Now you have to spend even more money. I mean, I get it. I have an LCD monitor. It's a 4K HDR one. It is very nice, but it ain't OLED. LE profile bundle different from the old 512? Yes. Well, oh wait, the profile bundle, I don't know. I am unsure. Let me see. It looks like the profile bundle is the same, I think. I'm not seeing anything new, but I have a lot of profile stuff, so it's a little hard to pick through. But I think that it's the same. Hope transferring EmuDeck to the new OLED deck is super easy. They made a new program to run automatically transfer. Yes, it should be. I kept all my stuff on a micro SD, but so I could just copy paste it over. But yes, that would be even better. You think he'll take a crack at undervolting tonight? I don't know yet. Maybe. Swapped SSD from the old deck to the new one. It took another firmware update either. Interesting. Good play. Okay, let's see. 2 to 4 more FPS on the OLED. Cool. Is the haptic controller vibration, is it better? Can I bring this up? I'm unsure if it's better yet. Man, this screen is so good looking. I cannot get over it. Let me see if I bring this up. Oh, wow. Let me see on here. Going to the exact same thing. Okay, so right here, it's pretty understated. It's the one we all know and love, right? The left feels a little stronger than my right one. And I mean, it's kind of laggy if you're seeing that. This one is beautiful. It's still a little bit laggy. It's not too bad, but the haptics in here are so much stronger in both of them. They're equal strength, but they are. It's a very tactile click. It's not even in the same league. Input hard control in the deck will connect it to an external TV. What's the best way to reduce input lag? It could be your dock. It could be your cable. It could be your TV isn't on game mode. It also could be that the deck is misreading the EDID, in which case you have to go to display and then manually set your refresh rate. I've noticed I had to do that on a few of my TVs that normally don't need that. OLED haptics are much better? Yes. Do you have to do anything specific to activate HDR? I don't think so. I'm not sure, though. It might only be... somebody mentioned that they needed to use Proton Experimental to get HDR. A little scared of undervolting. Probably not related to the last time you undervolted a CPU. The CPU needed to be RMA'd. AMD 7700X. Really? Replaced for free 8 months into its life. Wow. I've never had that problem with undervolting a CPU, but I do get it. Vibration is more even and a little better in all the buttons. Yes. Anybody else not able to connect devices to the USB-C port? Yours just charges? That's a good question. Do I have anything I can connect to it? I don't think I have anything up here I can connect to it. All my stuff is very, very plugged in. There's a visual filter. I can show you what HDR is actually doing when on. Okay. Want to play it with the stream is done, but you're also worried we're ruining the Steam Deck for you. Yeah, that's possibly valid. What can you say about the overall design? As in like how it looks. I mean, it looks gorgeous. Like there's no contest. Like I was taking a risk because it looked more red in some of the photography. But I was hoping it was this orange. Like I was hoping it was this color, and it has not let down. Like it has not disappointed. It is so nice, and it is like it's noticeably lighter. Not that I had a problem with it before, but it is noticeably lighter. Let's see. Looks slightly smaller. No, this is actually a case. Let me get. There you go. That's the front casing is stock, so it's the same size. You can actually, it's like identical. For games with no cloud save, to moving games from internal drive to micro SD, move the local saves from the new SD. That's a good question. I think you would need to do a symlink in order to get the saves to recognize on the new one. Or just literally take your drive out of your old one and put it in your new one. That would work too. USB issue is Fiston 357. I didn't know there was one. Good to know. What do you think about the dead pixel issues people are reporting? I just heard about them on this stream. It's not, I mean, it sucks, but Valve has been known to make good on things like that. So like, even though there are dead pixel issues, I am sure that Valve will address it and will take care of everybody that has one. It will really suck if you get that though. Like if I had one, like I haven't seen one yet, but if I do have one, I will be devastated, but I know Valve will take care of me, so I wouldn't be too devastated. How's it feel in terms of case texture? It is very similar, almost identical. Like it has the same very slightly scratchy feel. And it's textured in a way that it doesn't get too sweaty for me, which was always a problem with a lot of my other controllers. Let's see, screw tip much better on the deck as they do not strip. Yes, they are Torx screws, and these ones are orange. Still a better value than Legion Go. I do not have the Legion Go, so I can't speak to that. But I don't have a Legion Go because I really like my Steam Deck. Rougher to you in a good way. Maybe very slightly. I can't really feel it. It feels the same to me. It's a little more aggressive on the curve here, but I'm not sure if that's from use. Like right here in particular, I can feel it different, but like going like this, I cannot feel any difference. Thank you to awesome service for the community and doesn't have to serve the hate on cryo utilities. Thank you, Bruno. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I don't mind. All I can do is like post my results and hope other people see the same ones. All the same screw size too. Yes, I heard that. Devices won't connect. Interesting. Oh, I feel so much lighter despite 30 grams lighter. That must be better weight distribution. I never had a problem with the weight distribution in the OG deck, but like it's already like just balancing it on my middle finger, like it already was great, but like maybe yeah, very slightly. I am team matte screen. Well, I'm team etch screen. I don't like pure matte, and I don't like pure glossy. I like somewhere in the middle. But it's like towards matte, if that makes sense, like 60% matte. Have any interest in plans on reviewing handheld standalone emulation devices? Maybe someday when I get some time. Kind of like Retro Game Core or something like that, or ETA or Taki. Maybe someday. I don't do as much emulation as those guys. I tend to play more indies and AAAs, but I do still enjoy them. I actually, 4 years ago, somewhere in this room, I have a couple of Anbernic RG351Ms that I bought after watching one of Russ's like early videos, one of Retro Game Course early videos. So I do emulation, just not as much as other stuff. Drew with no dead pixels, perfect. You're having Wi-Fi issues and wasn't able to connect to Ethernet. Not able to connect to Ethernet, that's interesting. Do I own any Chinese PC handhelds? I own the 1X Player 2. And I did not prefer it to the original Steam Deck. It was more powerful, but every other experience, everything besides the screen and the power was worse than the Steam Deck. So I preferred the Steam Deck. And then this is even better. Is there a performance bump in relation to recent AAA titles like Starfield? I do not know yet. I will be testing some things very soon. Actually, let me put the micro SD in here. Scooch this out of the way. Right. Are you talking B2 devices or USB? Oh, okay. Legion Go does mimic the Steam Deck software experience. A very straightforward gaming machine with a minimal fussing with the OS. You dug it. Well, that's good to know. Most of the problems that I have with Windows are that it is incessantly in your way. So if they got it out of the way, then I am all for it. Let's see. So the ISO standard for OLED tolerates 1 dead pixel, so Valve may potentially not RMAM, but I'm sure Valve, them being Valve, they will. Yeah, exactly. You love the etch screen and hate glossy screens where I have to move away to or avoid reflections. Yeah, it depends on how light you play in too. See your display settings with the color calibration. I mean, I just opened this up, so it's completely default, but I can definitely show you. This is the original 512 with the etch screen, if you weren't here before. Let me get this just perfectly lined up. Display colors here. All right, so I think you can tell the difference, but oh, this one's actually been tinkered with a little bit. So let me get this to the same 6500. There we go. So that's sRGB. Oh, and this should be sRGB as well. Okay, so these are on the same settings theoretically. So color temperature 6500K and color vibrance at both are on sRGB. Let me crank the brightness on both of them as well. Oops. Well, it's nice, but not enticing for most OG deck owners. I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm an enthusiast, but I have seen a lot of people want the new one. And these are identical settings. Like this one is on max. They're both on max brightness right now. They're both on sRGB, both on 6500. And I mean, looking in person, the OLED just absolutely slaughters the original deck for how colorful it feels. I want to see if the body of the OLED is good as the original LCD. Usually translucent body tends to be cheaply made. It does not. I can't even creak it. Like I'm torquing it right now. It's not making a noise. Like it is just as high quality as the original. Jedi TX with $2. Thank you so much. Should you wait to install CryUtilities on your OLED? No, you can install it right away. I will be doing that in a little bit, actually. Got my just got yours, and wow, also the vent smell. I can't smell it, but I'm happy that you got yours. You just opened to give him space to breathe. It's okay, Louie. A lot of people are just coming in and don't know where I got to. Like this might seem like an answers all stream, and I'm not there yet, but they don't know that. Before the warmer color tone of the OLED, yeah, and I mean even then, you could make it. Oop, wrong way. You could go all the way down to 3000 if you're one of those night mode users, and even like that even can't even go down to 3000. Even the 4000 where night mode got on here, it looks so much better on the OLED. OLED whites look pink on the LCD, looks more white. Is it just your camera? It's probably my camera. It's trying to white balance off of everything else. Oops. I'm gonna put this back to here, and then oh, no, I actually did want this on sRGB, my bad. There we go. So that's the clearest comparison I can make. Do they rattle? If I shake it around real hard, they rattle, and if I push them directly from the side, they move a little bit, but they don't rattle when I push them. +1 for Lego. Let's see what we're referring to with Lego. Let's see. Orange vent should have orange flavor. Yes, and the schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Volume down is boot menu, volume up is BIOS itself. Yes. It's a camera thing, very different in person. Yes, this is just my iPhone. It's trying to do all sorts of crazy color correction. When I get a real camera, which is getting much closer thanks to you very, very kind viewers. Like when I get a real camera, I'll be able to manually set everything. On the iPhone, it's very hard to do, and the app I'm using to put it into OBS, it doesn't allow me to tweak it as much as I would like, so I just got it to a happy medium. Nothing in the boot menu, same for the buttons smaller. I'm not sure if the buttons are actually smaller. They might be very slightly visually, like it's hard to tell. I mean, if I had calipers, I would bust them out for you, but I do not. LCD has a warmer white. They're both 6500 and on sRGB. This is identical settings in OS at least. To RK, I mean. 8K videos coming soon. I would love to. You guys give me 8K money and I will make 8K video. Are the LB and RB buttons better? I heard they click from anywhere now. That's a good question. I mean, I can click these from anywhere. But I have like quite a bit of like force on it. They feel about the same to me, maybe a tiny bit clickier. Mentioning because you're probably gonna be able to afford to by the end of the stream. Let's see. You also have some issue with the B button. No, I do not. What do you use to put into OBS? It's OBS camera. It's a app it's one of the few that I used. It's using USB right now, and I can use NDI as well. But yeah. To be fair, I was expecting this stream to be about 3 weeks from now, but the limited editions shipped immediately, so here we are. You also need an 8K video editor. That's true. I mean, I have this new computer that I did a video on yesterday. It could probably do 8K as long as I proxy footage. The Alpha Labor, love your videos. Thanks for being such an important part of the Steam Deck community. Thank you, Scope003. Thank you so much for watching the videos and the stream. All right, so I'm gonna put this back to the default settings on both, as I will say that that is probably the intended experience for Valve. I'm going to put this one up here, and then going to see about booting a game. Is this not installed? Let's see. Did I not properly insert it? Probably not. Man, I got big fat fingers. It is much harder to put in there. Jeez. Anybody else experience this? OLED defaults to between sRGB and native. Yeah, exactly. How long did it take for my OLED to ship? Not very long at all. Oh, okay, there we go. Wow. Okay, yeah, so here's the games I have installed. I have Red Dead, Cyberpunk, Horizon, Returnal, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Golf with Your Friends, apparently. Not sure why that's on this card. And then some other games I was playing. So I guess let's start out with Horizon. Let's see. The OLED to ship, it only took like 2 days. Sorry, I forgot to answer. How do viewing angles compare? Good question. Let's check it out. Okay, so like, that's probably the steepest I would want to use it at. It is much better. It's about the same. It's as close as I can get it. And yes, it feels much better. Did I NVMe swap or transfer games via SD card? I just put an SD card in here. It's the stock drive. I'm keeping this this deck completely stock. Look at its majesty. I can't touch that. I've fixed all the EMU except for PZSX2. It's the only emulator that needs power tools. I will have to check that out. Your SD card was deeper too? Okay, yeah, like that was hard for me to do. I don't really have nails, so Red Dead. Let's see. Okay, you know what? You convinced me. I'll go Red Dead first. I'm just gonna run the benchmark at first, at least. You got a notepad pulled up for writing down? I do not. That's a good idea. Okay, sorry. I just pulled up my notepad. Let's see. Sorry, I'm falling behind. I'd order yours too. You don't need. Oh, geez. Jason Coburn, $10. Thanks for the demo and feedback. Thank you so much. You guys are too nice. Dead pixel test first. I mean, we'll find out pretty quick. We'll let again since it's running real slow. You're checking if you installed something wrong. All right. I don't think there should be any issues with that, but I mean, it's possible. You might need to run a trim if it's just the storage that's going slow. Give it 3 months until you crack it open. Do not tempt me. My name is Bucket. This without your cryo utilities? Yes, this is completely stock. I literally just opened it up, put my SD card in, and I'm running it now. Can you see the case? Yes. This is the limited edition. Other than a couple of fingerprints on it, it looks so good. Just the right amount of translucent, a great color. The orange really pops. It is a joy to look at, and the screen doubly so. Let's see. Live how supportive this community is. Yeah, no kidding. You guys are awesome. First power on a few minutes ago. Yep. Let's see. Probably best here in the state. Shouldn't you update Proton to experimental first? That might make sense. We'll see if it works. I'm doing the new user experience who has never used a Steam Deck before. Purple Ellie, given how well this one is being sold. Yeah. Don't make me lose more money, please. I will have to buy it for her. I can't wait to receive your OLED. I mean, it's beautiful. Made a version with a different shell material to make it feel more premium. This feels very premium to me. But I mentioned it earlier. The URL for this limited edition contains the word, like the digits 2023. So I think they're going to do limited time ones every year. Ordered a Steam Deck and tracking link for shipping does not seem to work. Any ideas? Give it about a day. Mine had the same issue over last weekend, and then on Monday it became like a viable link. Half-Life Orange is beautiful. OLED screen is really nice. Oh yeah. Good FPS. Try Insurgency Sandstorm. Interesting. I was gonna try Titanfall at some point. Are you gonna test out undervolting? At some point, yes. I don't know if it will be on this stream. We're already 2 hours into it, but at some point, yes. Attacking your backlog of PC games, feel weird about playing your PC like Guacamelee. Yeah, I mean, even games that I like playing on my PC. Do you guys think that Red Dead's install script stalled out because Rockstar Launcher is garbage? OLED model has a longer cable on the charging brick, which is a nice touch. Yes, it's like an extra meter longer, I think. Thanks for the ring. Okay. Ooh, boy. If you look up at the sky during the day, you'll be able to tell if you have a dead pixel pretty quick. Yours look magenta. Okay, good to know. Checking number directly into the carrier site. Mine still said not found for a couple days there. You do Cyberpunk already? No, I did not. This is the first game I'm booting up. Try Half-Life Anniversary and honor the colors, of course. I plan on doing that. I haven't played Half-Life in 15 years. OLED to someone who already owns the LCD. That's a tricky question because it really depends on... I'm gonna cancel this. It really depends on what you value, right? And how much like spare income you have. If you have a decent amount of spare income and you use your Steam Deck pretty frequently, or if your major gripe with the old Steam Deck is the screen, then this is an easy buy. But like, if you already have a Steam Deck, I don't think this is going to be like the generational improvement that you might want for this this price, unless you can sell your old one at cost. Let's see. Had issues with Ubisoft logging out and doing it again. Yeah, restart the deck and the install will pop up. Yeah, we have to do that. It's shit about needing to be online for first play every couple of weeks. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna try the JSOC backplate V2 on the OLED deck. Maybe, probably not. Not on this one at least. This one is just too. It's too pretty. I can't do that to it. The price of the LE higher. It was only $30 higher for the limited edition. Savage Crystal. Gray color, look at lower brightness on the OLED panel. Trying to test to see if there's any visual grain. I'll do that real quick and then I'll restart. See if maybe... Well, you know what I could do? I could just put it to Proton Experimental. That is very dark. I don't see any graininess. It looks good to me. And this is lower than I would ever play it at. There, let's try that. Should have done experimental off the bat. Let's see, sold your LCD to a coworker for cheap. Now we can co-op at lunch breaks. There you go. Thinking with portals. Try pressing the Steam button, see if there's any other window open or Rockstar Launcher. Happened to you yesterday? Oh God, there is, isn't there? There is. Good call. I hate the Rockstar Launcher. Well, probably just gonna have to redo that. Thank you. I haven't installed Red Dead in 8 months. First impression, even games that don't run at 60 feel so much better at the higher refresh rate. 45's never felt so great. Yeah, because there's an even divisor there. It's so good. It's like night and day. Convinced Rockstar Launcher is programmed by an intern. I would be surprised if it was even programmed. I think they probably found something off of Stack Overflow and just like put a skin on it. Game Pass, but it's really easy to set up. I do not have Game Pass. Expect to be able to push the deck substantially further on account of the new silicon? Maybe. I do not know. I expect undervolts will work better, and overclocks might work better. Let's see. Stick with console cycle for this in maybe 2-3 years. Yeah, I agree. How do you do the pixel test? I mean, normally I just look at it, and that's what somebody else said earlier. Somebody else recommended a dead pixel checker in the Discover store, but I have not gotten to that point yet. I haven't gone to desktop mode. Let's see. Have I finished with Red Dead 2? I'm just booting it up now. I've seen the Steam Deck enabling. Yes, I did. I have a whole response typed up to that somewhere. in general, like most of the things that they recommend, I do not agree with. Why is this not? Why? Most of the things that they say I do not recommend or I do not agree with. Most of them come at the cost of more power or worse performance in some cases. My recommendations are always these are better or identical to run at all times, because I don't want people to have to swap back and forth for different things. Like it hurt me to even recommend having to swap back to 1 gigabyte of VRAM for Red Dead because of the bug. Oh god, now I gotta find out what my password is here too. This is becoming a whole thing. Okay, let's see. Like, I know competition is good, but I haven't found a launcher that was good besides Steam. Can I try keyboard and mouse? Oh, I thought you were asking me. JSOC's back button's over. I actually don't like the taller JSOC's back buttons. What do you mean? Is that wrong? Okay, hold on, guys. Sorry, should have picked Cyberpunk. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see. Let's try to log in again. Email not found. Sir? Sorry guys, I'm typing it in as fast as I can. Again. If I can't get this work in like 5 minutes, I will change over to something else. There we go. Apparently I just typed it in wrong 3 times in a row and it was my email somehow. Not quite sure how I would have done that, but... Oh, hold on, I gotta answer a CAPTCHA. Email not found. But it is. Just a quadruple check here. Yep, that is the email. That is certainly the email. Ekton Abdi, can you demonstrate how to do offline multiplayer for Red Dead? I am not sure, honestly, but thank you for the €2 donation, or the £2 donation. I do not play Red Dead very often, so I do not know how to do offline multiplayer, I'm sorry. I am trying to swap over to Proton Experimental now. In-game internet browser works better than the Rockstar Launcher. You are not kidding. I've just quadruple verified my account, and it just did not like that. Seems like a good place to ask, but you want to use CloneZilla to copy your Steam Deck's a new OLED. You're just afraid there might be some differences in the system somewhere. There is not. The actual Steam OS is identical. You can actually just pull your one OS drive and put it into the other device if you wanted to. All right, I'm rebooting it. Let's see if it works this time. Apparently not. All right, we're gonna give it the good old college try one more time. I guess I could do a forgot password, but I know I didn't because I did sign in on GTA semi-recently. Alright, I guess I'll do forgot password. I'm gonna need access to this eventually. Oh, great, I gotta pull up my email. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get this to work as fast as I can. Classic Rockstar. Okay, so I'm gonna sign into Rockstar on my computer. It seems to be working on my computer. And just real quick test. Okay, it worked on my computer. Do you guys think it will work in the Rockstar launcher? I have to do a CAPTCHA again. Hey, it worked. I had to reset my password to the same exact password and it worked fine. Hi-Res Merc, thank you so much for the $10. Thanks for all your content and answering my questions. I am happy to answer anybody's questions anytime I am available, which is very often. Can you check your Steam Deck to see if the buttons rattle? I did shake it earlier. I have to shake it pretty hard and they rattle very slightly. Like I have to put my ear pretty close to it. They were not super loose. I would never describe them as super loose. All right. It definitely does not, it's not jingle bells by any means. Like I have to shake it pretty hard to get it to actually make a noise, and it's only from really close. It's saying that pirated versions work better because of no launcher. Yeah, you're not kidding. Anybody with an OLED confirmed it still fits the original Steam Deck case, removable liner version with the kill switch on. Debating on getting one, but this is the deciding factor. I do not have the kill switch. I did test with my JSOX mod case earlier. You can put it in the outer shell, but not the inner shell. But I do think mine is a little tiny bit chunkier than the kill switch. My caps lock was not on, Chrissy. I just had to reset it to literally the exact same password, and then as soon as I hit R2, it worked fine. Most technically advanced game of all time. It's 10 years out of the competition, and this is your launcher. Yeah. Oh, boy. All right, so let's check out the settings real quick. I'm just going to leave basically everything at default. Well, what do you guys think? Should I leave it at default, or should I put it to a preset? I'll wait for your answer. And how did that... What even is that? Oh, that's the texture on the back of the screen. The blacks are so dark, I thought that was dust on the screen. If that's not a testament to how good this screen is, I don't know what is. Do you have to click recommended settings? No, you only have to do it once, Ramyap. Only one time, and it will even persist through updates. Does launcher skip for work for Red Dead? I think it does, but only after you initially sign in. Otherwise, you won't have any of your saves or anything. Nintendo, a PlayStation, an Xbox. Great games, everything else is terrible. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm giving you guys about another 15-20 seconds. Hey there, PCero117. Default? Default for now and then preset. All right. You guys have won. So I'm going to put up the level 3 or level 4 overlay. It will not get any more raw than this. I'm going to put it right in the middle of my screen and then run the benchmark test. All right. I have a notepad up so I can record the results with the default and then also with a preset. And then we'll do a couple other games and then we'll install Cryo Utilities and we'll see how it goes. Match the settings you do on the LCD deck. It's been a while since I did that. I'd have to go back and look at my recommendations. Max settings and advanced launcher skip. Yeah, okay. It gets so dark. Not kidding, man. The window is very small and hard to read. Any ideas how to change that? That is a bug. Custom Steam Deck boot animations. That is a bug. I am going to look at it this weekend. I had no way to test it without the OLED deck, but hopefully I can fix it. Where do I keep my brightness setting? On the LCD deck, I keep it at 50% at all times. On this, it's at max right now, just for you guys. I'll probably keep it at like 3/4. Quick recommended settings every time you boot your deck. Thanks for your answer. No problem. Stop playing Red Dead 2 on your Legion Go. I need to play more. I'm in like chapter 3, I think. I desperately need to play more. Playing Cyberpunk last night and the nighttime setting looks crazy on the OLED. I have never used, well, okay, that's not true. I've used the nighttime setting one time on my Steam Deck. I'm not usually one for nighttime modes. I get why they exist, but I have a blue light filter in my glasses, so I don't really need them. Does Cryo Utilities work with OLED models? Yes, it does. Those are all dead pixels, yeah. Is there a scratch? No, there is not. I thought there was. Cryo Utilities work? Yep. I need to fix that 1040 to 200 megahertz bug. This problem for 3 weeks. Isn't actually a bug though. I heard that Valve was saying that it's actually intended. It's just the way it ramps up. I mean, there's not really any performance issues from it, is there? At least not that I've heard of. This is the first deck I've had that actually has that problem. Did the 1 gigabyte of VRAM issue ever get fixed? No, it did not, Kevin. I wish it did. Yes, Cryo Utilities is still good with SteamOS 3.5. I actually tested it in my Starfield deck dive a couple weeks ago, and it was still beneficial. Do you have Death Stranding? I do have Death Stranding, but I do not have it installed. I also haven't started it on PC. The last time I played it was before the director's cut on PS4. You see one dead pixel? Oh, wait, hold on. There's stuff on the screen. There. Engine bug or rage and it's not been fixed. That is correct, yes. In person, it does not look like there are any dead pixels. Oh, that's just my camera. I'm wondering what the line is on the screen. Yeah, sorry it's so late in Europe. I wake up real late here. And it's just, yeah, I figured I wouldn't get to it until like 7. And I was right. Cannot see the dead pixel that far away using a camera. I mean, maybe if you zoomed in, I'm not sure. I am streaming in 1440p, so you probably could. Do you reckon it's worth selling your 512 gigabyte LCD and getting a 1 terabyte OLED? If you like the OLED screen or want a longer battery, then I think it's a good option. But only if you can actually make it cost effective for you. Seen people on Reddit say that some games are running worse because of it. I don't know. Like I said, this is the first time I've personally seen this bug. So I will have to get back to you on whether that's actually a bug or not. Do you think the etched glass is better than the glossy one? I prefer etched. I think it's all on personal preference. Some people say that the glossy looks better, but I personally can't stand glossy screens. I prefer an etched or like a 60% matte. Only thing that from CU that doesn't persist through updates is 4 gigabytes. It does persist through OS updates, but not firmware updates. How do you feel about the charging light being visible through the LE case? I actually don't mind it. I don't think I'll mind it. I mean, like it's a lot better than the backlight bleed or whatever on a regular deck or on a regular LCD, right? So I don't think it'll bother me, but you can disable it in BIOS apparently. And I know you can control it through software. So it's possible that we could just disable it from the OS too, possibly. How do I feel? Or no, I already read that. What's the 1 gigabyte of VRAM bug? Basically, Red Dead and I think GTA 5 as well both have a bug where it performs noticeably worse when using any setting of VRAM other than 1 gigabyte. It's just an engine bug. So, yeah, 90 hertz, beautiful, right? Let's see, setting VRAM. Okay, yep. Let's see, don't mind charging late at all. I think I've tried everything and nothing seems to fix the slow SSD issue. No idea what to do. Previous LCD. Hey, Brandon, can you do me a favor and go to your system settings, scroll all the way bottom and run storage device maintenance tasks and then see if the issue is gone. Do huge pages make a large difference if it's the only setting you turn off in cryo? You play Halo, so you turned it off. No, not huge. Ironically, huge pages are like the weakest, big air quotes on that one, of the tweaks that I recommend. So you can definitely disable it. Some games will get like a few percentage points difference, but it's not big enough to really lose sleep over. Reality drift, yes, it is just game specific. Okay, so here we go. Let's do the average FPS because that's what you're going to be looking at most. So you know what? I'll just write them all down. So we got 22.0081, 63.9321. And 49.8511. Let's see, that is default. Okay, so let's go back to the main menu and let's choose another setting. Let's go to the preset level. The first one of favor quality. How about that? That is the highest I would recommend on something that's this small, like a Steam Deck, because the screen is just too small to make a difference some of the time, especially for things like specular effects. So let's do that. And then let's run another benchmark. They'll pick a 90 hertz screen because they're targeting performance at 45. Yes, and that way indies will play at like 60 to 90, and AAAs will play between 30 and 45. And because of the way that display refresh rate scaling works, you can do an even divisor, so it will look good even at 45 FPS, whereas before you needed to actually swap the whole display into a different mode. Anyone know if you need to rerun cryo after a firmware update? No, other than the other than VRAM changes. The in-OS stuff is all just once. If they made a Steam Deck with a metal encasing and rubber grips, you would drop a lot more money on it. I could see that, but I would be concerned about number one, heat, and number two, weight. A lot of people already say that the Steam Deck is a little too heavy for them, so the metal would probably push that over the edge. What I would like to see is a third-party case that is metal that you can get if you want that. Excuse me. You plugged in a dock and now your screen brightness is super low and unplugging didn't fix it in desktop mode. I'm not sure. That might be a KDE bug. Does it persist if you go to game mode and back? 45 FPS new default for AAA. I still think 40 is a pretty good target, but if 45 can be reached, it's just that much better. Like right here, we're getting 45. Look at that. Do I still use the X-Real glasses? Yes, I have them on my side table, actually. On my bedside table. 50,000 pixels used to live here, and now it's a ghost screen. After the gold rush. Doom Eternal, Doom External, the third entry in the series, at 45 is dope, can confirm. Oh, that's good. I have not played the new Doom games yet. I really have to. It's crazy how my Steam Deck has a better quality panel with the OLED tech than my monitor of $2,000 plus for PC. Those deep blacks and poppy colors are gorgeous. You aren't kidding. I believe my friends, obviously. But when they were saying how good it looked, I did not quite believe the hype as much as I should have, apparently. 45 looks fantastic on the 90. Yeah, I mean, it's gorgeous. Like, it just looks so smooth. And you can actually notice, like, if I do this real quick, slide this down and this up here, you can actually notice the bigger screen a little bit more than you would expect. Like, it feels more right for the device. It's kind of hard to tell with the black right now. Hold on, let's wait, give it a second. But yeah, it looks like the right size for a Steam Deck, whereas this one was always a little bit small with the bezels. This one still has bezels, but it feels much better. All right, move that over there again. Let's see. Trying that now. Okay, cool. Let me know if it works. 45 FPS is a 50% improvement in perceived smoothness over 30. Correct, but it's only like an 8% improved over 40. So it's not like as big. It's still better though. Well, the Legion Goat is definitely heavier than that. That is true. It is quite a bit heavier. And now the OLED has an even bigger battery than that. Guess we'll be trying 45 FPS on Cyberpunk now. Yeah, let me know how it goes. KD brightness has been buggy, gone from 100% by itself. I just adjust it with clicks, not slides, and it takes the input. Interesting. I, as a long-term Linux user, have had a lot of issues with KDE over the years. I know why they put it on there. I mean, it's definitely good software. It iterates so quickly, it tends to be buggier for me. My normal display is a 42-inch LG C2, which runs at 120 hertz, and the DeX screen is at least as good. I mean, I have a 32-inch Gigabyte M32U that I got 2 months ago, not even. And the DeX screen is making me wish I had that on my actual like desk. Am I going to play Tears of the Kingdom on it? Probably. I haven't booted it up in a few months because I 100%ed it except for the Korok seeds back when it released. But it would definitely be, I can't imagine how gorgeous it would look on here. I honestly didn't either, but people were not lying. Yeah, you are Henry the 12th or Henry the 12th, got it. You can fix 40 FPS at 90 hertz. 40 FPS at 90 hertz is weird. I would do 40 FPS at 80. That would feel much better. Steam Deck, aka a 7.4-inch LG C3. You get it. 10.76% bigger. It's substantial. Yeah, exactly. I undervalued it a little bit. Oop. I undervalued it a little bit, honestly, but it is gorgeous. Like, I'm looking at it on your guys' feed, and it is nowhere near like how pretty it is in real life. The colors are just so accurate. Screen looks better if you turn off the performance overlay. That too. .40 is in the middle point between 30 and 60. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ellie finally got picked up at the carrier. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. And then on prefer quality, we got 19.3353, 59.8151, and 46.3316. Okay, so on that, we lost 3 FPS on the minimum. We lost 4. Yeah, just a little tiny bit more than 4 on the maximum, and about 3.5 on the average. by going from default, which was a pretty low custom preset, all the way up to prefer quality. I haven't played Red Dead on the deck in a while, so I don't know if this is an OLED thing or not. We'll have to try it on my other decks in a little while. But those, like, that is impressive. Ren maintenance task, unfortunately didn't solve. What's next? It's so interesting that it didn't solve. What can you describe your exact exactly what you're noticing the slowness on, Brandon? All about the Korok seeds. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's dumping their LCDs at Marketplace. Yeah. Really undersold it. No kidding. So many quality of life. Is it me or do the sticks feel better? They do. I actually mentioned that earlier, Pablo. They feel substantially smoother and they give a more even resistance curve. Mortal Shell, they couldn't play on LCD because there were colors that wouldn't show. Not a problem now. Interesting. How long does the RMA process take after shipping it back? Have you ever done one? I have not personally done one. Anyone got an external SSD deals for Black Friday? I would like to know as well. Could you show offline multiplayer with Civ? I don't normally do offline multiplayer with anything. I have internet all the time, so I don't know how to do that, honestly. I mean, I could put it into whatever you call it. I could put it into airplane mode and boot up Civ, maybe. I would have to install it, though. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, I'm sorry. Makes you forget the game is running at 16:9. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's actually, like, the blacks on the screen are darker than the bezel, which is insane. Do you have any plans to do an eGPU mod? I have thought about it. I do not have a GPU capable of doing it, and I don't have an eGPU like station, either with PCIe or Oculink or whatever. I don't have that. But if I do get one, I will definitely do that. Got your LE this afternoon. Can't wait to set it all up. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Oop, library. There we go. Okay, so let's try Cyberpunk next. Let's see. Super cool to be here live with you. Your videos are fantastic. Painful amount of detail and rigor. Valve needs to hire you to develop Steam Deck too. Thank you so much, Pablo. Yeah, I mean, like, I just, like, I love having the ability to help all you guys, honestly. Like, it's just, it's really nice. I've always wanted to kind of educate and everything, and it's been so nice being able to do that. So it's my pleasure. There's a 1.5 terabyte micro SD for sale on Amazon. Wow, 1.5 terabytes. I have 3 512s, and that's, I struggle to fill up one of those most of the time. On hour 3 of game installs, we'll work on EmuDeck tomorrow. You've done an RMA before, it took about 2 weeks. Letterbox didn't bother you, but now they really don't. Yeah, I'm not a big, like, I don't mind letterboxing. I mean, I grew up with CRTs, so there was letterboxing on a lot of content. So it's never really bothered me that much, but yeah, it's even better now. Natural urge to always want the newest and best thing, so it took you 3 days to want to get the OLED. Any unconventional uses you have seen for the Steam Deck? I have seen people pilot drones with them. I believe the US military actually uses Steam Decks to pilot some drones. I saw a few pictures of that. I've seen some people use them as head units for cars, like by plugging in like an OBD tuner. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, and honestly, I'm here for it. If you keep SD card, it's quite easy to transfer all your emulation goodies. Yes. No worries. Thanks for answering. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I really appreciate the donations. I just I don't have any experience with offline multiplayer. Reality Drift. You love KDE when you first got into Linux. The longer you used, more of a stable experience wanted. Moved to a window manager and started writing configs. So much better to live in. I am not the biggest window manager guy, admittedly. Like, I've tried to like them. Like, I've tried i3, I've tried the suckless stuff. I've tried a lot of it. Nothing has really hit me yet. I usually prefer GNOME over the rest of them. Originally 2 and now obviously 3. It just feels more correct in the way I use my computer. Like I use a Mac for work, so it's a little more my workflow. Steam Deck still holding up. Yeah, you could say that. Been kicking butt. How does the vent smell? I can't smell it. Watching the stream, your Steam Deck OLED LE just arrived. Heck yeah, Mark. Cryo, please go crazy with the mods. You want to see it pushed to the max. I will try my best. I will probably not hardware mod my LE too much. It's too pretty to do. Let's see. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm logging into my my account here. How do I log in? Okay, whatever. You know what? I just canceled it. I'll do that later. That's a later problem. Solitech, we appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much, Solitech. You guys are insanely kind. I do not deserve you. Do you main Linux on your desktop? Usually, yes. Right now, I have Windows on there. I talk about it a little bit in my latest video. It's basically because I need to edit with Resolve, and GPU acceleration doesn't work with Resolve and AMD and Linux, like at all. But other than that, usually I do, yes. Planning to use your old LCD for house visit tech support. That's a good job, or a good idea, actually. Okay, needs to download something. No mods, just overclock and cryo utilities. Oh, I'm gonna do cryo utilities here on this stream probably in a little bit. I'll probably do this. I'll do Cyberpunk here, and then I will do Horizon, and then I will put cryo utilities on, and then I'll test that. I probably won't get to undervolting tonight. But I will be doing it in the future. And then overclocking you can't do yet on the OLED. I am pretty sure. It runs a completely separate BIOS revision. I don't think it's been broken open yet. So I'll have to wait on that. But when it does happen, I will make a video. Orange grills are gorgeous. Worried about the transparent case, but it's really tip top. Yeah, no, it's completely a completely different league than I was expecting it to be. Can I click through that? Hey, I can. Man, it's still unboxing. No, I'm not. How's Underworld selling on OLED? I have not actually tried it yet. You can do it right in the BIOS. I have seen people say that it is better on OLED, that they can push it a little further, which makes sense because of the smaller die. But I have not personally tried it, so I can't attest to it yet. Can Tears of the Kingdom run at a stable 30 FPS? I had it running at a stable 30 FPS 2 days after launch on my Steam Deck LCD. So definitely yes. What is it? Oh, it's start. But yes, I haven't made a video on it yet. I was waiting for 3.5 to hit stable, and then it hit stable, and then all this stuff happened. Settings. It is so hard to see through this. Okay, it's at 30. I'm gonna put it to, wow, just click all around. That's what I want. I never liked the Cyberpunk like menu here. No, I wanted to go to the one above that. Off. Okay, there we go. Wow. Not really as hard as you'd think. Okay. Now that that's set, I can go over here. And where's the benchmark again? Oh, it's over here. It's hold X to run benchmark. Okay, we're running it on the Steam Deck preset. Right out of the box, but without it being capped. Let's see how it goes. Undervolting this thing will be interesting. Yes. Gonna be a long stream. It'll probably be about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours more. It's already 9:30 p.m. here. What games do you play most on your Steam Deck? Whatever I want. I would say I tend to play more relaxing games on it because I can play it from the couch. But it's really like whatever I feel like playing at the time. You should use the Valve internal menu to shrink the scaling a bit on the UI. It looks great on the bigger OLED screen. Valve internal menu. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could. I don't know. I don't mind it. I like the bigger display. I have a really bad lens prescription, so like I'm just blind. It's annoying that RDR2 has the water bug. It is endlessly annoying that RDR2 has the water bug. Curious to see how the OLED overclocking would perform in the OLED anyway. I am very curious to see that. I can't wait to play Mario RPG on your OLED. I will also probably play it when I finally get it. Do you need SMT disabled anymore on Yuzu after Valve apparently fixed it? I do not believe you do. I have not personally tested it, but theoretically, no, you do not need it anymore. The webcam or a phone picture is amazing. It is my iPhone 13 Pro. Only one who hates the feel of the Steam Deck sticks in Cyberpunk. I don't mind it. I always play games with controller, or most of the time I play games with controller anyway, so like it felt very normal to me. All right, I don't know if you guys can see that, but it is 48.61. All right, now let's go back to the settings menu real quick. Yeah, we'll just go to my menu and then go back. Make sure it's a clean retest. OLED sticks might be better. They feel better. Oh wait, do I feel input delay in-game in Cyberpunk? You did testing the other day and it was bad in-game. Looked great though. Cyberpunk has always had weird input delay. Like sometimes it feels that way and sometimes it doesn't. I will try it again in just a second here. I don't, well, I detected it on the main menu for a second there and now it's gone again. It feels fine on the menu. That's what I can say. Okay, so instead of the Steam Deck setting now, we will go, oh, let's put it to ultra for fun. No, let's put it to high. How about that? And then that should be good. It should have the cap off. All right, and then here we go. Let's run it on high. Let's see. How do you undervolt the Steam Deck and is it worth it? You can undervolt it right in the stock BIOS now, and yes, it is worth it. I only have 250 games on Steam, and I cannot overcome choice paralysis. It's tough for sure. You still this day refuse to. Oh, no problem, Rice Shot. Still this day refuse to play FPS on a controller. I have for years. It's not like once you get used to it, it's perfectly fine unless you're doing competitive, and I don't really play competitive games. Hey Cryobite, I know you have Unreal Airs. I wonder if you've seen the driver that was developed by someone to enable 3D of field of view on Steam Deck. I have seen it. I have not tried it because that stuff usually makes me sick to my stomach when I look around if it follows me. I prefer it to be static in space. I will try it at some point, but with my motion sickness, I'm not sure I would actually like it. Found that you don't need to disable SMT for the Dolphin emulator anymore. Perfect. Should be undervolting only to -10 at a time, resulting in max 15 test runs for each step. Does anyone know what are essential games to test stability of the undervolt? For games, I would recommend probably Horizon Zero Dawn and Spider-Man Remastered if you have it. Both of those are pretty sensitive to undervolting. And then 10 at a time is what I personally recommend, but it's not as big of a deal now that the CMOS, the fake CMOS reset, resets the undervolt as well. Whenever I made my video, it did not do that, but now it does, so it's not as risky as it previously was. All right, now let's see what we got. We got 43.87, which is just shy of 5 FPS lower than the Steam Deck preset, and this is high. So yeah, that is very good, I would say. That is better than I was expecting on the high preset, because if I remember correctly, when I tested Cyberpunk last year, it was getting like mid-30s on high, so that's very good. Let's see, trackpads improved significantly. Yes, touchscreen feels like your iPhone 14 Pro. It feels much better, and I don't even use trackpad or touchscreens. Thinks the short sticks made FPS games feel weird. I mean, maybe, like, I guess it depends on your acceleration curve and how used to thumbsticks you are. Is the battery life as good as everyone says? I don't know, but I got it in the box and it was at like 60%, and now it's at 37 after an hour and some change of testing. So I'm going to say yes. Pretty good performance. Cyberpunk, it's usually poor, mid-30s. It has to do with you being in Dogtown. I haven't been to Dogtown yet. I haven't played Phantom Liberty at all. I will say the benchmark tends to trend a little higher than in-game. It's more a comparison tool than a realistic expectation of what the in-game performance is like. But I was comparing it to another benchmark run, so it should still be better. Although again, I'm not sure if it's just Dogtown or not. How do you get into the BIOS? You hold, you shut the whole deck down, and then you hold volume up, and then you press the power button, and then you keep holding volume up until the logo appears on screen, then let go of it. And then it'll be the bottom right button, and you'll be in BIOS. Thanks for checking. Yeah, you have an Xbox Elite Series 2 with taller sticks for shooters, so you're feeling the short sticks? Yeah. It definitely is because of Dogtown area is rough. Okay, that's exactly that. Yep. Do you think the 6nm have impact on OCUV? Yes. Undervolting has already, some people are already saying is better on the smaller die, and overclocking should be even better, but we won't know until somebody unlocks the BIOS. This is not with an undervolt. This is, I turned it on right out of the box. I haven't done anything. I haven't even put on cryo utilities yet. Did I check for any dead pixels? I have not checked for dead pixels, but I haven't seen any, and I've been in several scenes with where I would have expected to see them. So much answers all your videos. Always glad to see on the podcast. Your videos are just amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. White. Randy, shut down, hold power while pressing poly. Yes, exactly. Get the man a Type-C cable. I mean, I have my charger right here. I'm just kind of seeing like how it works. I have my Ugreen power brick over there too, so I can plug it in anytime. OLED screen is still good in the medium preset. This is the default. Like, this is perfectly medium. It is beautiful. Let's see. Yes, plenty. Let's see. Really excited to get hands on yours. Thanks. No problem. Can't wait until you test with cryo utilities. That'll be in a little bit tonight. Thank you for your content. It's always great to see your videos. Thank you so much, Zlaf. Any good looking games that'll run at 90 FPS? I'm sure there are some. But I'll save that for a comparison video. I want to get the actual performance up on screen here. So I'll focus on performance tonight, and we'll see about getting some better footage with the 90 hertz whenever I get a video up. Are you currently testing cryo utilities? Not right now. I'm getting a baseline first, and I will be doing cryo utilities after. And you can use it on the OLED. It will still have a similar effect. The software stack is identical. If you don't notice any dead pixels, don't check. This is wisdom. You got that right. Turtles at 90 FPS. I don't think I have turtles. Hades looks real nice. I do have Hades. Undervolt and overclocking a better potential sounds awesome. If the Switch is any comparison, the updated chip made a significant difference. It should. I mean, just pulling wattage from the battery, like it should make a difference. Lots of 2D stuff I bet will run at 90 pretty easily. Yeah. Got two 512 gigabyte OLEDs in the mail for your wife and I. Super excited. I am very excited for you too. Ways go. Can imagine a scenario where you would need to have the screen brightness at 100. Outdoors, probably. But I mean, here it's already brighter than I normally use it. Hades runs perfectly. Ori and Will of the Wisps need a balanced mode. Okay. See the Stars awesome at 90, but it's pixel art, so it's light. I don't have See the Stars. Unfortunately, I need to get it. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. So I'm going to throw it on a little be right back screen for you guys, and I will be back in probably 5 or 10 minutes. And then we're going to do Horizon Zero Dawn to get the last baseline. And then we will test cryutilities on all 3 games we just checked. And that will probably take us right up until 11 p.m. my time. But we'll go from there. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a minute. Welcome back. I have plugged it in, as you see. Let's see. Just trying to catch up on some of the goings on. Thank you guys for being so active. All right. What are we talking about with OLED? Let's see. Did I miss something? I am not sure. Okay, well, I looked. All right. So, like I said, let's do Horizon now. Having now seen it, I do not mind the LED through the case. I actually kind of like it. I'm a fan of knowing if something's actually charging or if it's complete, and this way I don't have to know, like I won't have to pull up the overlay to know if it's fully charged. So I actually really like that. The X-ray layer driver head. I mentioned that already, Jacob. I said that I have not tested it. I know it exists, but it will probably make me motion sick. Because I'm highly sensitive to that, like where it follows my view around. I even got a little motion sick with the beam when it follows your view around. That really bothers me. But where it's like pinned directly in front of me, that is much better for my motion sickness. So I prefer that. I will probably test not having that, or I will test using it rather. But I'm not sure when, because it's kind of a low priority since, on accounts of the motion sickness. Hope Last of Us will finally work with stable 30 FPS with new RAM. I'm not sure. I haven't played Last of Us on deck. Sorry, you just joined. No, it's fine. I didn't know. You notice your semi-broken OLED. You did run some games. The games that should have HDR, like Testers Connect, don't, or you have to do an advanced method to get it to turn on. HDR on Linux is still very, very, very new. So if it doesn't work, I would give Valve some time and make sure you're using Proton Experimental, of course. But it's possible that some implementations are broken too. The HDR spec is an absolute nightmare. It's less of a specification and more of a rough guideline to make your game look kind of like something. So I would just give it some time until some of the bugs are ironed out, because like I said, it is brand new. Is this game worth it on deck? I heard it's stuttering. Some people say it's fine. Reddit gives you mixed results. I actually have a deck dive on this game, and it did stutter, I should say. It did stutter. I do not know if it still stutters. We will probably see here. But I will say that it was definitely worth it when I was playing it. X-ray layer 2, can you pin the screen down without the beam? Like pin it in a real space? No. But it will just follow your view perfectly 1-to-1. With the beam, you can pin it in a real space or have it lag behind your view a little bit. Runs well there, stutter, but very playable. Deathblade watching, so you can say everything you're doing is fake news. I will not comment on that, Chris. Yeah, I'll give them time, of course. Proton should help. That's good info. Yes, Proton Experimental is where all of the new, literally experimental stuff goes. So I would always check that first if you're having an issue that you think could be software related, and see if it's gone away. And if it hasn't, then obviously like start troubleshooting from there. But always use Proton Experimental first to try to troubleshoot something. All right, so let's just start with the original here, and we will do a quick benchmark. The Horizon Zero Dawn benchmark takes a long time to load, so we'll just sit here and talk. Stuttering was engine limitations. I think it's not necessarily engine limitations. I think it is more that the engine is programmed with the PS4's core architecture in mind, and it doesn't know how to handle more cores. I think it can. So, I mean, I guess it's sort of a limitation. But I think it's just a scheduling issue, because it performs badly even on high-end stuff, but it performs much better if you disable things like rebar, or I think it's SAM, in BIOS of more powerful computers. Looks like the LED turns green at 90% and stays that way till 100. So if you don't completely go off of color, if you don't want to check percentage. Actually, that's really good. You should not charge to 100%. If you want your battery longevity to be the highest. You should only charge 85 or 90% and then unplug. That is actually the correct way to do it. OpenDeck OLED gives incentive both the creation of more HDR compatible games and more standardization of HDR techniques. I agree. I think that now that there was something that was mentioned on the podcast, the Nerd Nest podcast, if you haven't heard of it, I'm on it most weeks except for the past couple of months, but I'm back now. It looks like the stutter is still here, a little bit at least. But something that was mentioned is that the Steam Deck is now an amazing place for standardized testing of HDR on PC, because the problem before was that Windows' standard HDR implementation is really bad and really loose, so games can implement it in a whole bunch of different ways, and it looks different on different monitors and a bunch of stuff. Now this is an actual target for game developers to use to standardize their HDR. So that is actually a phenomenal thing. So I think that HDR in the PC space is going to pick up a lot now. Let's see. Your OLED deck is at your friend's house. Just need your dbrand screen protector now. Yeah, I haven't tried a dbrand screen protector. I don't usually use them, but I haven't tried anything for it. Dear, you messaged me on Reddit. We chatted. Half dozen messages more both ways. I was appreciative and impressed that you'd take time to answer any complete new questions. Oh, Jacob, I didn't realize that was you. Well, thank you for asking questions and chatting with me. I'm happy to help anybody who reaches out. As long as I have a second to respond, I will. You can ask Crystal, sometimes painfully so. Hopefully Valve makes HDR better. They said it's brand new for them. Yeah, exactly. Zero Dawn was smoother than expecting on the OLED, and even though the LCD since 3.5.5. That's probably because of the SMT fixes. In my deck dive, I did notice that the stuttering did go down by disabling SMT. At least a tiny bit, but it didn't compensate for the lack of frames. So, let's see. OLED owns all. It was so kind of that you joined Patreon for several months, and I know it's not much, but honestly kind of you to take the time for me. It's no problem, man. Thank you so much for believing in the content and being a patron for a while, and just everything, and now tuning in here. Thank you so much for just being a loyal member of the community and helping me out, at all. I appreciate it so much. Script Flip Network, what's happening, boss? Thank you for your cool stuff. Stay awesome. Thank you. We're just doing some baseline testing of the new Steam Deck OLED. Is there a way to limit the charge? I don't think so, not yet. I would guess that that's going to come to firmware soon. I would hope that it does. I know that you can on one of the third-party OSs. I think it's Bazite that allows you to do that. I forget which one it is, but one of them has a charge limiter built in, so I'm sure that it can be done fairly easily. All right, real quick before I continue reading, we are at 9:50:97. All right. So let's get one more test in Horizon here. Let's go up to, for fun, you guys want to do ultimate quality? I kind of want to, so I think I'm gonna apply that, and let's see how this goes. Let's see. Ooh, I'm behind. Love Nerd Nest. Yeah, he's great. I love Bill. I thought Valve said they didn't allow battery. They allow the battery to let some charge escape when it's at 100% to keep them from damaging it. That's possible, but I would still say that it would be better to cap the charge, if possible. Question is, does it still discharge while turned off? Unfortunately, kept it discharged past 100%. While it's absolutely turned off, it does not. Well, okay, I see what you mean. I'm not sure if it discharges that little bit when it's completely off. I would have to see the code for that, and I don't think that code is open source. This game is cheap on CD keys. That's good to know. It's a really good game. It was my game of the year in what was it, 2017, I think. Most exciting thing you've seen all week. Thank you again, Denny. You've been here the whole time. I've been here the whole time. Let's see. Joel's goals. I remember reading that off in a credits roll. Thank you for that wonderful name, by the way. Power Tools has that option. Oh, I didn't know that it did now. Okay, cool. 3.5.5 was a really good update. I agree. It has given some people some problems, but I've in general had very good luck with it. What's more exciting, the OLED or the 90 hertz refresh rate? To me, it's less than 90 hertz refresh rate and more that it can lock the 45 now. But I would say the OLED for me. I think the OLED is a bigger change because it is so stunning in person. Like I thought my friends were overhyping it, and I'm sorry for doubting them. Let's see, Spider-Man or Back from the Dead. Will you add Hall sticks? Not to this one unless they come out with orange ones. Spider-Man Remastered runs better on OLED deck than ROG Ally. Interesting. That's good to know. I will try it. I do have it, so I can try that. Not today, but I will try it. Power Tools is charge limiter. Yeah. Okay. Undervolting. You heard of it? That's supplying a little bit less voltage to your either CPU, SoC, or GPU. And because silicon, when it's manufactured, has slight deviances in how efficient it is. So some chips can actually do more with less. And they get less hot, so they can actually get more performance. By undervolting, you get that better performance. You get better battery life, and in general, just a more tuned device with if you have good silicon, but not everybody does, which is why the whole problem exists in the first place. Let's see. Surprised by the different feel of the trackpads. OLED jarring at first, but you like it. I wouldn't say it was jarring for me. It was just to me it was like, oh wow, that was amazing actually. Like I really like the immediate tactility of it. Do you think a plug-in to add battery charging limit is possible? Yes. Especially if Power Tools already does it. Yes. FedEx holds your Steam Deck hostage. That does not surprise me. FedEx where I am is garbage. You rock with Cryobite. I rock with Denny. Jacob Wallace. Now you're gleeful for the shoutouts of brass tacks. I know you are too susceptible to motion sickness, Crystal too, but if nothing else, I reached out to our water can hydrate. Developed it. Okay. Yes, I think I did actually. Now you mention it, I was really busy. I was in the middle of a bunch of projects last week. I think they messaged me. I think they emailed me. I have to go back and look for the email. I'm very sorry if he is watching. I very briefly saw it and then went back to what I was doing because I was out there with Power Tools, like physical like drills and saws and stuff. Like I was very busy at the time and forgot. I will at least try it. I promise that. You should try Wind Waker HD on the OLED. Not tonight because I don't have it on here, but I will try it in the future. Okay, so let's see. We got an average FPS of 36 on the highest quality, guys. I don't remember what we'll check this too. But I don't remember what that got, and I don't think it was that high, like by any stretch of the imagination. So that's cool. So we got 36 or 93670. So we did lose 14 FPS over original, But the lows stayed identical, which is interesting. That's just that engine problem. Okay, so now let's install some cryo utilities. Let's see. Power tools locks charge at 90. Perfect. Screen is stunning. You are not kidding. It's even better in real life. Half-Life OLED deck would be great. Yeah, that's true. Basically uncertain if the mouse input from the head tracking goes into right joystick and the Steam control config. Water can was nice. Ah, okay. I would guess that it is. In order to work with any game. That, or it uses X input. Yeah, X input for right stick, or it uses mouse. I'm not sure which. I would guess it would be X input. Or D input. Should test if it does while in sleep mode. Rockstar launcher blows. No kidding. You think there's more headroom with the OLED for overclocking undervolting? Yes. In the plugin, it says only limits while awake. Ah. So the OLED tells you the refresh rate, which frames will be like, what frames will be like depending on the game. I'm not sure. I haven't noticed anything. Awesome. Thanks for thank you, Felipe. Okay, so let's go to desktop. Trying for cryoception. Yeah. Can't wait for this to see the screen in person. Your schedule for Tuesday. I can't wait for you to have it. It needs more baking and tutorials. Gotcha. Confused by the lack of references to DekiLoader plugin on Reddit. Ah. Interesting. I never knew that. I haven't read any of the documentation for it, or lack thereof, I guess. So you guys are seeing the very first live cryo utilities demonstration. I don't know why I opened that. I meant to open. Oh wait, no, I did open Firefox. It just needs to download it. Right. It's been a while since I set one of these up. Yeah, first ever live demonstration. Okay, let's see. Now if it doesn't do a power down, makes sense. Yeah, okay. Is this deck at 15 watts? This is at complete standard. I didn't limit anything. There's no overclocking, no undervolting, nothing. Is the built-in benchmark in zeroed on enough to stress the undervolt? I personally stressed it using that exact benchmark, and it was fine for me. I never had a crash that wasn't caught by that benchmark. What kind of benefits does the RAM upgrade in the OLED have, if any? Much lower latency, better. The lower latency brings a lot of benefits, including slightly better performance for the CPU because it can wind down quicker, it can wind up faster. The graphics card should perform slightly better because the faster memory the memory is shared with the GPU since it's an APU in there. So the graphics card should perform marginally better. And swapping should be faster. So theoretically, cryo utilities should perform a little bit better. So let's see. So Firefox started doing this, and I do not appreciate it. Where it puts the like .download or more there, and I don't like that. All right. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set a password. Guys, don't tell anyone, but my password is 1. All right, let's see. Is this my first ever OLED screen at all? No, I mean, I have one on my phone, obviously. I've seen the Steam or the Switch OLED. I had an LG C1 in Sweden, but this one looks gorgeous. It looks better than my C1 did. Can't wait to get home. Yeah. Still plans for a second overclock video? Yes. Yes, I don't know if it'll work on the OLED yet, is the one caveat. I honestly just need to test now. Good to see it does not impact performance. You guessed it was 4 gigabytes of VRAM, which stayed at 30 FPS instead of 50 FPS, like in your benchmark. That is correct. Red Dead performs significantly worse with 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Oh god, I can't catch up. Okay. Oh wow, you guys weren't kidding. That is tiny. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do an internet. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna close it on accident because the acceleration was not what I was expecting it to. Okay. And I'm going to... guys, I'm gonna troubleshoot this live on stream. Are you ready? Let's see. If there's only one display connected, then set it to 0.25. This is actually old, slightly old code. I thought there was more code merged, but apparently not. I'm just gonna set it to 1 and see if that works, and then if it does, then we know the fix. It did not work. Let's see. If there's only one display connected, set the fine scale to 1. Why is it not working? Let's try to launch it. You guys entertained? I'm not able to keep up with SSH Cryo Deck, yeah. Not super able to keep up with the chat right now. I'm not sure if this even works anymore. I mean, it's been so long since I used, like actually tinkered with Fine. All right, let's see if this works. Nope. Okay, so that's the problem. The GUI is very small. Actually, let me go over here. Let me just try 2. So it's not doing that at all. Interesting. What happens if I just run it? Fine underscore scale is 1. Yeah, I wonder if that doesn't actually work anymore. Yeah, no, it's tiny. So this is exactly what I'd be doing this weekend off the stream. I'm just going to set it to something crazy like 6. See, it's still small. This GUI framework is going to be the death of me. Fortunately, I know where everything is. You guys ain't crazy though. I think that the framework probably updated without me knowing, and now this is the life we live. But it is currently setting all the things. There you go. There you go. It's so tiny. Yeah, there goes my weekend is right. I was trying to get my Cryo utilities to work or to scale properly, but it looks like the GUI framework that I used has broken even more significantly since the last time I tried to use it. It's not mine, to be clear. But it is, I don't want to, no, I just want to return to gaming mode. It is a pain in my ass, I'll tell you that. I'm sorry, not sorry. Tiny GUI is what yours did yesterday. Yes, that is a bug. Have you encountered the Wi-Fi issue? I have not. You don't remember it being that small, but you must have been sitting 3 inches? That's probably it. You smashed the recommend button? Thank you. Thank you, Drew. Have microscopic scale. Yep. All right. So, I don't usually recommend this. Actually, I am going to reboot. I want to make sure that we have optimal cryo utilities for Red Dead. And then after Red Dead's 1 gig is done, 1 gig VRAM is done, I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to boot into BIOS, set it to 4 gigs, as I recommend for every other game, and test the other 2 games. Does my A key sometimes like it feels stuck down? Definitely not. No. Do I have a Wi-Fi 6 router? I have 6E. Like the stream. Thank you. Guys do all that, but we couldn't read any of it. Hopefully it said everything okay. As long as you just press recommended, it should be fine. Let's get your Steam Deck today. You got the Wi-Fi bug. You had to disable 160 in your router to be able to connect. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I must not be advertising 160. Getting a full 90 FPS in Overwatch 2. God damn. You gonna test 2 later? To what? Okay. 2 gig of VRAM. Oh, I already tested 2 before. I might do it again here. I don't know. It's kind of a tricky problem. I mean, like 2 probably, like it always did perform a little better than 1, but not as good as 4. I will test it at some point, but not now. But I'm sure that it's the same because there's no reason that it would not be the same. If issue happens if you switch to desktop or are waking asleep with the 6E router. Been talking to Steam help all week. Interesting. We consider doing live streams for running newly released games on the deck going forward. This stream is nice. That is an interesting idea. I usually don't get games on launch, strictly for financial reasons, to be honest with you. But I might do that going forward. That's an interesting idea. I had not anticipated how popular this stream would be. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I actually still have to do my 50,000 subscriber and 60,000 subscriber celebration streams. I am very behind. Do you see the little black dots on the screen at certain angles? Rotate on any axis, the dots appear and disappear. It's noticeable at full brightness on a single color full display. Does it work? Does it work on a not single color display? I would guess that that's just the subpixel format that you're seeing. You say that every stream? I know, Crystal. I know. Okay, let's go into here. Okay, so we need to run 2 tests. We need to go to default. Reset everything to default. There we go. So this is the first one we ran. Okay. Let's see. Blame Bill. He tweeted it out. Oh, he tweeted it out. Oh, I gotta thank him later. Okay. Is this dust or is it on the screen? Oh, god damn it, it's on the screen. Do I have Last of Us to do some tests? I do have it. I have not played it on the PC at all. I don't even know if it has a built-in benchmark. So I couldn't test it right off the bat. Consider this your celebration edition. Thank you. With how Valve handled the limited edition, you can still buy them. I think that it's limited time, not limited stock like we're used to in this neck of the woods. Okay, yeah, I gotta restart, and then I should be able to do the test. The OLED is awesome. Yes. Valve keeps their VRAM at 1 gig. What are your thoughts about that with the community preferring 4 gigs? I mean, I'm the one, I'm not sure if I'm the one, to be clear. I know that I am one of the early people who tested 4 gigs and found it to be better. I suspect that Valve is keeping it at 1 to maximize compatibility because some games do need as much RAM as possible and not necessarily VRAM. And on top of that, a lot of people probably immediately boot a Rockstar game. And Rockstar games are affected by that bug because it's built into the engine. So Valve would probably just prefer that they keep that game, their VRAM at 1, just for a better look. But that said, obviously I prefer 4. Like, I don't play Rockstar games often enough to notice that much. But if you do, then it's obviously a problem. There was definitely a dot there, I think. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Okay, running the benchmarks. Let's see. Take your time. We're just glad you're here for the community. We definitely know how great and wonderful you are, so we're grateful to have you, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm just happy to help. I'm gonna be honest. Do you have Baldur's Gate 3? If so, can you test it? I do have it. I've literally never booted it. It is my next deck dive, so I will not test it now. But you should expect it when my next deck dive comes out. I haven't booted it, so I need to play it about 70 hours to get to chapter 3, or use a save that one of my viewers was very kind to provide me. We will see which. My thing is, Baldur's Gate 2 is my favorite game of all time. I do not want spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3. So if I choose to go through the whole story up to Act 3, that will be why. Been devouring my Steam Deck content since ordering your OLED. Super excited for it to come in. Surprised you could still order the limited edition. Couldn't pass up that transparent case. First of all, thank you so much for watching all of my content. Second of all, the case is amazing. Are testing with everything at 800p, no FSR yet. I'm using completely stock settings and just changing the presets. Super Mario Wonder on the Steam Deck OLED is amazing. Interesting. I have not played Mario Wonder at all yet. I don't recommend rebooting. Blasphemy. Shun the Linux. Shun. Yeah. I usually don't recommend rebooting with it, or not. It won't hurt if you do. It's just, I usually don't, because some people don't want to. But I am one of those reboot after every update kind of guys. Holding off on updating 3.5 because you're still in love with your modded OC deck as it is. Looking forward to 3.5 OC tutorial. Love your work. Well, thank you, Hermes. Or Hermes. Yeah, I look forward to doing it as well. A lot of things have changed recently, so I hope that the OLED will be cracked for overclocking soon. You did a quick Baldur's Gate 3 on your channel with calibration and default settings. Set a trick. Yeah, go check out their video. Notice any dead pixels? Not on mine. Rockstar stuff is definitely the type of game I'll probably never play on the deck. I actually had a lot of fun playing Red Dead on here back when I was testing it. The problem is that I'm playing it with Crystal, my wife. So I usually play on TVs for those things, so we can both share in it. And obviously I just wasn't doing it on the deck. How do you see the Steam Deck holding up over the next year? Do you see the chipset starting to really fall behind? I think that depends on what you're playing. For indies and AA games, no, I think that it's going to remain relevant for another couple of years. For really big AAA games, we've seen a lot of companies preferring quick releases over optimization and bug fixes. So I would say that that's a hard question, because the AAAs are going to perform badly, but not because of the Steam Deck, but because they're programmed badly. That's just the way we've seen things going, especially with the onset of upscaling tech has given them a major crutch to just be like, well, just use FSR instead of performing well on native, which I personally vehemently disagree with. But unfortunately, that is just the reality of the situation. So as long as the AAAs have FSR in them, it will probably perform okay for a few more years. The AAAs that do not have FSR, though, might not perform so well. Let's see. Cryo said he hasn't played it yet. If you're in a rush. Yeah, correct. Looking forward to it. Good luck with PG3. Thank you. Play yourself. PG3 is excellent. That's what I want to do. And thank you, Azerofail, for being one of my longest term patrons. What are you benching? The efficacy of cryotils on the OLED? Right now, yes. Also forgot password, cryotilities. Is there a way for you to troubleshoot? You'd really appreciate the feedback. That's technically just your pseudo password. There is a way to reset it, but it involves booting into the recovery environment and then using a terminal on it. I have not done it personally, so I cannot speak to it. I hope to make a video on it someday is all I can say. On CMOS 3.4, Baldur's Gate played really well, but at 3.5 feels you lost a little bit of performance on the LCD. Was that just in isolation with 3.5, or was that also with the recent Baldur's Gate 3 update? Because I know there was one recently. Are you using RDO2 with Proton Experimental? I am using, yes, I actually set this to experimental, yes. just for Red Dead. The other ones are running the regular Proton version. Playing it for 3 years, still haven't finished it. We're really bad at playing games because I keep getting distracted. There was the 1040 bug in the Snowy Swamp scenario, 35 versus 50 without cryo utilities. You mean here, just in this? Doesn't the Steam Deck struggle with RoboCop? I don't know. I do not have RoboCop. Glad you made it back to the States. Me too, at least for now. Honestly, this amount of frame rate on handheld still blows my mind. Yes, you and I both. Cannot wait until the OC UV video on the new OLED Steam Deck. Let's hope that people figure it out quickly. I would love to see smokeless on this. How am I liking the fan noise reduction? I am actually wearing headphones. They are open-backed. And I didn't think about fan noise. I guess that I think it's pretty good. Which modern game wouldn't use upscale tech as a crutch so much nowadays? Exactly. Sets a terrible precedent moving forward for AAA on PC. You have it right on the head. Like that is it. Okay, so 2863 or 28.6349. So the minimum FPS over the original run went from 22.0081 to 28.6349. Oops. RDR2, RDR2, default. Okay. And then the high went from 63.9321 to 63.2811. So less than an FPS lost on maximum. If I had to guess, that might be better frame pacing. I'm not sure. I'll have to delve into that a little more. 63.28. And then average went from 49.8511 to 50.63. So we actually gained an average. 50.63. All right. Let's see. 50s in Saint Denis. Yeah, right. Oh god, I fell behind. What is your anisotropic filtering? This is completely default. This is literally pressing the reset to default setting. I am now going to go and do our second test in here, which was on the first tick of favor quality. And I gotta restart it, of course. Extra frames on the LCD Steam Deck when you drew it from 16 to something like 2. Yeah, that makes sense. The Red Dead engine is pretty heavy with anisotropic filtering. Wasn't DLSS FSR and XeSS supposed to allow older GPOs to play? Yeah, you'd think so. Now it's just because they don't want to actually optimize their games. And they're like, well, it performs at 35 FPS at 4K. It's fine. It performs at 60 at FSR when using FSR. It's garbage. Really was to made the button letters and the words on the buttons orange accent too. I don't know. I kind of like the blacked out. It has a chic vibe. Let's see. Getting 515 download right now at 611 peak on your OLED. Wow. Wow. That's so much better than the LCD. Snowy Swamp Scene was 50 without CU. With CU, it dropped to 35. Well, overall, it actually performed better. So I don't know. I mean, it's possible that the 210 or 1040 bug does impact performance, but with the numbers, it's not noticeable. The high dropped 1, but the low raised up by 6.5 FPS. So I don't think it was actually that big of a problem. Can I try Elden Ring? Not right now. I don't think it's installed. Also, I don't want the stream to go on too long. We're already going to be running up against the 11 o'clock whenever I am done with the CU testing here. I was trying to go for 4 hours today, just for reference. Wait, why did I quit the game? I was supposed to set the run it again. Oops. Lots of reports of values having dead pixels. Almost makes me want to cancel yours and get a regular 1 terabyte. Well, I mean, number one, I don't have a dead pixel, and number two, Valve will make it right. There has been nothing that they have done that made it feel like they would not make this right. So, I mean, if you want the LE, then I would say still stick with the LE. But if you don't want to have to potentially go through an RMA, then yeah, I guess I would see moving it down to the 1 terabyte. Let's see. Yeah, who have had no issues, exactly. LCD can get 55 megabits max. Not sure if it's follow your ISP plan or Dex Wi-Fi chip. I will say that my LCD usually tops out at about like 160. So, and that's on a 6E network. If he's at 515, that is a chunky upgrade. That is like a 3 times increase. Left analog in. All right. Let's see. We are at the same settings we just set it on. So let's run them again. Let's see. Did bit on the channel. It works great. Somewhere around 45. Okay. Is RDR2 much worse than 4? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, Red Dead and GTA are both this way. It's just an engine bug in the Rage engine, and it. I tried a whole bunch of stuff during my deck dive. I should try more stuff, but basically it's an engine bug that makes it so it performs about somewhere between 15 and 30% worse with 4 gigabytes. How do you see handheld market evolving over the next year? I would say more OEMs getting into it, like more Lenovo's, more Asus's, and stuff like that. Maybe Alienware, maybe Dell themselves. Maybe HP with an Omen, I'm not sure. And I would say that the Chinese handheld makers that have been around for a while, like GPD, Aya, 1X Player, all of them, are going to have to start coming up with better pricing, first of all, because they're priced as a boutique item and that can't compete with these. And second of all, they are going to have to start coming up with either better integration or better features than the OEMs. And I mean, it might just be that market ends up shrinking. The Chinese handheld market, I mean. LE has no dead. Perfect. Play WoW in your deck all the time. Nice. I have played WoW as well on my deck back when it very first came out. Oh boy, Cryo. Hi, Lazarus. Running Cyberpunk on your OLED and it looks beautiful. It looked beautiful in the benchmark earlier. Getting yours tomorrow? Perfect. Is there a way to transfer data from an LCD deck to an OLED? I mean, the easy answer is move the micro SD over. If you don't have a micro SD or that doesn't hold all the data, then you can actually move your whole OS drive without doing anything. Just pull it out of the LCD and put it in the OLED. If you don't want to do that, you could use Clonezilla on another computer and actually clone the drive over to the new one. And barring any of those, you could use the thumb drive. East Coast, West Coast, yeah. There's nothing different besides the screen. There's a lot different besides the screen, actually. Showing the plug-in the old SSD. Oh, okay, I thought you meant with the in regards to the actual changes. Even with the screen, even with all the changes, you can just move it over. Let's see. Yep, it just works. On your 6E, perfect. Top out around 160 on LCD, except when you put Windows on it and the hacked Wi-Fi gets 3 times that. That makes sense. Yeah, I think it's just Linux is pretty aggressive with its power saving, especially when it comes to Wi-Fi. And the driver could definitely use some work. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I mean, just seeing these improvements is remarkable. So you still run Cry Utilities on the OLED, or has SteamOS updates made it obsolete? I'm testing it right now, and I can tell you it has not made it obsolete. So you can definitely use it. Really excited for the Meteor Lake APUs Intel's going to announce this December. Can't wait to see more handheld configurations for these handhelds. As long as they can tame the TDP and it doesn't require a whole bunch of proprietary software to do so, then I am also very excited. This is maybe a dumb question, but is there any reason to be worried about OLED burn-in with performance stuff at the top of the screen? I wouldn't be worried about it, no. I mean, if you close the game, then it goes away. If you shut off the screen, it goes away. Like, no, you would need to have it on for quite a while. Like, I'm talking months in order to see burn-in for real. What if the third parties made another device with SteamOS? I think that would, if they could do integration properly within at least an arm's reach of the deck, then I think that those would probably perform better than their Windows counterparts. I don't know that they would necessarily unseat either the OEMs and they definitely wouldn't unseat Valve from their current position. The OEMs have the benefits of larger scale, so the prices can be lower and distribution can be better. Just look at the ROG Ally with Best Buy. And the Chinese manufacturers don't have that. They also don't really have a support network. Most of them are just smaller like in-house shops, so there's not a ton of people working on support and stuff, so they just can't keep up with something like Valve support, for instance. And another thing, aside from Valve, none of these manufacturers actually have an income stream other than the hardware sale themselves. So Valve is highly incentivized to keep their Steam Deck running, like the One and now the OLED running and performing well. And they can also sell at a lower price because of that. Places like Asus or Lenovo or any of the Chinese boutiques, they have to make their money on hardware sales, so they're going to come out with new revisions every year to keep on capitalizing on the enthusiast, whereas the Steam Deck doesn't rely on that. Let's see. OLED should be arriving early next week. Perfect. I'm glad for you, Aaron. This thing is amazing so far. Is it still possible to overclock the deck? Is it still worth it? It is on the LCD deck if you downgrade your BIOS. It is not on the newest BIOS revisions or on the OLED deck yet, to my knowledge. What if Steam Deck 2 has an Intel CPU? I would be surprised. I mean, if it performs well and Valve does all the work on it, I'm all for it. I would be very surprised if it did. All right, let's see, where are we at? So on prefer quality, we went from 19.3353 FPS to 21.7967. So we went up about 2 FPS on there, on lows. On highs, we got almost identical. It's 0.46, which is about 0.3 lower. That's within margin of error, I believe. 4665. And then on the... wow, speaking is hard. On average, we went from 46.33 to 47.05, which is 0.7 higher. Still kind of within margin of error, but it is better than without CU. All right. So next is Cyberpunk. So let's hop over to that. Let's see. Do I think games like COD or Destiny 2 on the deck? I hope so. I hope that the big AAA developers start realizing that, number one, anti-cheat already exists on Linux, especially with like EAC and stuff. And number two, that it's not, Linux is not the boogeyman that they've made it out to be. Most of the cheating software is Windows based. Like it's in the kernel. That's where people have been for forever. It's also easiest to work around the kernel in Windows. So I'm really hoping that they understand that the Steam Deck is a viable platform for them in the future. Wolfden made an excellent OLED burn-in test for the Switch OLED, which is similar screen to the Deck OLED if you're concerned. Yeah, exactly. It took like a year to get distracting burn-in, or like any burn-in, and then like a year and a half for distracting burn-in. 18,000 hours and counting. Ooh. How is the fan noise on the OLED compared to the LCD version? I have headphones on, but I can tell you that it is much quieter, at least so far. I popped one of my ear cups off a little bit, and even the noise that does exist, it's a less grating frequency. It's a little further out of the like annoying spectrum. So I definitely prefer the fan on this. Have I ever encountered this bug in recent games and gaming mode? Some games refuse to move down the list and stay, no matter how many other games you play on both decks for me. I don't think I've noticed that. I think it goes based off of frequency, so if you play a game more often than others, it would probably end up there. I don't think I've noticed that, though. Let's see. Chinese boutiques also get heavy subsidization from the government for exportable goods. You can't find anything. Oh, yeah. That is true, but it's not enough to compensate for all the other thing, like all the other things that they have to worry about. I don't think it is, to be clear. I'm not an insider. I just get that impression, and they are also priced very high. So I would assume that that's for a reason. See, the Steam Deck is worth it for if you have a game PC with a 4090. Have yours ordered, but you're unsure of what you'll be able to stomach the performance drop. Well, two things. First of all, I have a 7900 XTX in my computer, and I've still been using my Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is for a different use case, and if you want to use it for a similar use case but from the couch, you can stream your 4090 to this. And it's amazing because it uses barely any power, and you have all of the 4090s or 7900 XTX's grunt behind it. So I definitely think it's still worth it if you are interested in gaming from the couch, or I guess a separate TV and hooking this up. How is my voice doing? I start hurting around 3 hours of streaming. I wouldn't say I'm hurting. I'm getting a little hoarse though. I've been hydrating. Thanks, Crystal, for the staying hydrated alerts. Okay, so we're on the Steam Deck preset again. And no limitation, so let's start this one. Will I do another test with 4 gig? Oh my god. Thank you. I was supposed to set it to 4. Thankfully, I didn't do any actual testing yet. I'm not there. I did one on purpose for Red Dead, but no, I need to boot in and do 4. Thank you so much, Matthew Jordan. That would have been embarrassing and also time costly. Thank you, Chris Howe, for also doing that. If you want any portability, then it's worth. You can even stream for your PC to get the max performance. Exactly, yes. Expecting Overwatch 2 to require a Windows install? No, especially now that it's not now that it's on Steam. I got OLED deck the day before Thanksgiving. The Volume Plus button didn't work. Aw, that's no fun. Okay, should be it. Valve sold millions of the Steam Deck. I don't see how devs can ignore it at this point. You are correct. I mean, a lot of devs aren't. Even, I mean, From Software was targeting the Steam Deck early on, but they had launch day support for Armored Core. Sure hope so I can hydrate, but still dehydrate. With Windows 12 maybe going sub-base, do you think you see more devs move to SteamOS? I hope so. I hope that more devs at least start targeting SteamOS as a primary point. I think that will be much easier when SteamOS is general use, though, or general availability. Hope Valve makes or is making big pushes to get those multiplayer games. I love Destiny personally. Getting caught on this thing would be a huge selling point to my casual gamer friends. You ain't kidding. That would be huge. Like, absolutely humongous. If they actually got, like, God on here, that would be crazy. Is there Valve in Ontario, California? Tracking says it's coming Monday, and that's very close to where you live. I don't know. I think there is a Valve warehouse in California. I think. Didn't change to 4. Thank you, everybody. I know I suck. That's something you'd like to be at in the Steam Deck 2.0. Well, I would have said an OLED screen or a bigger battery, and I think that that's in Steam Deck 1.5 now, so I'm not sure. I guess eGPU support would be the big thing, like a default eGPU support would be pretty cool. Undervolting results on the OLED, I don't know yet. I just unboxed mine. I haven't tested it. It is definitely easier now But I have not tested where mine's at. The 3D undervolts may be better doing binning. Yes, that's true. Think of the Steam Deck as PS4 in terms of the performance range. Yes, I actually got very nearly a PS4 performance in Hogwarts Legacy. PS4, yes, PS4 and Xbox One performance. Are we still good? Okay, yes, we are still good. And we are actually on 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Crisis averted. Let's see. I know you have Unreal Airs. Wonder if you've seen the driver. Yes, I mentioned it a few times, Oleg. I have seen it. I have not used it. I don't think I will enjoy it because my motion sickness is very bad. But out of curiosity, your LE have BOE display or Samsung? I haven't checked yet. It doesn't have any dead pixels, I can tell you that. How's streaming performance in terms of latency and image quality? I've always been wary of streaming games since I get massive quality drops if signal gets spotty. It is very good. Well, okay, the LCD deck is okay. I'm sure the OLED will be better with the 6 gigahertz and the 6E. If the LCD is hardwired, it's perfect. Keep in mind though, I'm not using Steam Remote Play. Steam Remote Play is kind of just okay. Definitely use or look up Sunshine and Moonlight, and that is streaming that is 1,000% better than Steam in-home streaming. So definitely check that out if you haven't heard of it. Let's see. Ooh, I'm gonna have to skip some. Came from Cali. Just got it today. Sorry, one of the user asking to see. Thank you, Aaron. Wish Steam had a Game Pass-like subscription. Yes and no. I still like owning my games, even if it's not really owning nowadays. Speaking of eGPU, I think the real solution for that is USB 4 Gen 2. The 80 to 120 gigabytes can be it. Yes, but you still have to go through the South Bridge for a lot of those, in a lot of those cases, so you'll still have a performance hit. I would say Oculink would actually probably be a better choice, like the ROG Ally or some of like the GPD Win series has. Okay, so let's look at C77. We went from 48.61 to 47.88. We actually lost a little tiny bit of performance on that. It is within a frame, so it could be within margin of error, but we did lose a very small amount of performance to that. I will have to look into why that is. A second USB port? Yes, that would be nice. Piece you want to see is local offline LAN networking connectivity between Steam Decks, like the Game Boy Link cable. That would be pretty cool. You can already sort of do that if you know how to network. But it would be cool to do that even better. Bell Warehouse in Cali, yeah. Or went through Pacific and got yours today. Nice. How big is the performance boost from unvolting on the LCD? It can be big. It depends on your silicon. Oops. Why is the menu system the way that it is? Okay, we're going to high again. And we are going to play here. Let's see. Curious how the temperatures are with JSOC's vent backplate and the thermal pad. I am also curious about that, but I do not know if I'll be doing that on my limited edition. It's too pretty to silly, but I might do it anyway. I'm not sure. Displays are identical on the technical level. For some reason, it seems like way more the LE have the BOE displays than general aftermath. Yeah, I'm sure it was a supply chain issue or something. So you caused the CPU to boost to 400 megahertz, and the GPU dropped to 1040 from 1450 in the snow swamp scene in RDR2, which caused much less FPS for the scene. A bit strange. It's especially a bit strange because it performed better overall. I wonder if CU is interacting with the 21040 megahertz bug for some reason, or if it's triggering its I don't know, bug condition more often or something. I'm not sure. It's going to require more testing, but it did perform better for what it's worth. Steam Remote Play always freezes on you. Yes, Steam Remote Play is not great. Shouldn't the 3D depth of field help with motion sickness? That's what I plan to use it for. You'd think so, but I do not having it not rooted directly in front of my eyes, like it's taped to my eyeballs, actually makes my motion sickness worse. Hey, Gibby, welcome. Check yours right now. The RGLI has proprietary XG mobile. Hopefully it gets reverse engineered. Yes, but it uses OcuLink behind the scenes. But yes, I would prefer an open standard. Okay, so this one went to 42.88, which is also very slightly lower. Keep in mind that the 1 FPS loss we have could also actually be VRAM. I have not tested 4 gigs of VRAM on 3.5 yet, so it could be that that's what we're seeing. It's just going to require more testing. But with the gains we saw in Red Dead, I at least know that CU is doing well. Because we had the 1 gig of VRAM there. You know what? Actually, I am curious enough about this. We're going to go back to 1 gig and we're going to test Cyberpunk again. And we're going to see if it's the 4 gigs of VRAM is actually hurting performance at 3.5. Houseman Prime, you're going to have to wait to see because I don't know if you should set it to 4. We're finding out right now. If you compare Moonlight to using Moon Deck, I used Moon Deck a little bit, and I wasn't a big fan. Honestly, I didn't like the integration and everything. I prefer to just launch the client for Moonlight. Oops. We're gonna go to 1 and see how that performs. I remember my birthday yesterday. I'm sorry, Prince Michael Eswa Mensa. No, I did not remember your birthday yesterday. I'm sorry. Can you add SMB drive to the deck now? I think you always could. You just had to do it through the terminal. Oh wow, baby! The fans kicked on for a second there. Got pretty loud. What are we testing right now? We're testing CU and 4 gigabytes of VRAM, but performance dropped slightly in. Oh my god, the dust dropped slightly in Cyberpunk when using 4 gigs and CU. So I'm going to put it down to 1 to see if the 4 gigabytes is a problem. Let's see. What's your feeling before benches? I would say that the OLED deck would probably have better performance and memory sensitive things, unless you've overclocked your LCD deck RAM, which I was never able to do. You should just YouTube dead pixel text and then pause on a full weight screen. Discovered an LE and BOE panel before by opening Chrome. I mean, I haven't noticed anything, and we were in a snow scene and everything. I don't think I have any dead pixels personally. Are the future videos going to have double the recommended settings, best for LCD and OLED? Oh, and another one, don't forget overclocking. Yes, I already have LCD and overclocking. Now I'm going to have to do LCD, overclocking, and OLED. Yeah, there you go, Test and Live, man. You're right. Steam Deck OLED versus Nintendo Switch OLED. Which one is better? Cryo. I prefer Steam Deck. I just don't like the Nintendo Switch, though. Hard to tell for other people, though. A lot of people really like the Switch. Has the recommended tab in gaming mode always been broken for everyone else? It has been for me. I have not noticed anything. What's the preset are you currently using for Cyberpunk benchmarking along with you? I am using the Steam Deck preset and the high preset. Steam Deck was the first one, and that came out with 47.88 FPS, and the high came out 42.88. Why don't I have the LE custom keyboard? You have the LE edition. You have to reimburse it in your user settings or whatever. You have to claim your stuff. Any particular reason 4 gigs VRAM would cause less performance? If the game needs more RAM than VRAM, then yes, potentially it could cause less performance. And that was noted by me when I very first tested this a long while ago. Okay, so we're going to benchmark this again. We'll see what it comes out to. If you have money for the Ally, should you go for it or for the OLED? I mean, that's on you. It depends on like whether you're willing to risk the quality issues with the Ally. if the little bit of extra performance on the Ally is that much more important to you, or if you prefer Windows. That's really a personal question. If I'm planning on doing a Baldur's Gate 3 deep dive, you might want to consider waiting for Xbox release, since Larian claimed to find a VRAM optimization that'll release with the Xbox version. Oh, life is pain. When is that coming out? OLED deck over Ally any day for me. If you love Windows, then get Ally. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. Wondering what you should do with the new OLED. Download CryoUtils, EmuDeck, DecuLoader, and what else? I mean, those are good steps. We have noticed a little boost with CryoUtilities, at least in Red Dead. We're testing here on Cyberpunk now. EmuDeck, obviously, if you like emulation. DecuLoader, I haven't done yet, but theoretically should still be a good install. What else? I'm not sure yet. This is my first time opening it. On your LCD heavily modded, Fallout 4 was unplayable without 4 gigs. On the OLED, the same mod list runs butter smooth out of the box. Okay, so maybe there is an actual architectural difference when using the 4 gigs. That's interesting. What about the OLED overclocked? We can't do that yet. Nobody has unlocked the BIOS on the OLED yet. Moonlight versus Moon Deck, but I always gotta know. Yeah, I mean, I haven't tested it extensively. It's just been kind of ad hoc, but let's see. 47.43. We lost a little bit of performance over 4 gigs. Interesting. Okay, so something in CU is causing a minor loss here. We'll have to look at what that is. Let's see. And then this was... One second while I copy paste this. And do 1 GB. So what was that? That was 47.43. And high, let's go test high. Let's see. Are you actually good at Elden Ring? I wouldn't say good. I've played all the Dark Souls games and I've beaten all of them except like I beat 1, 2, and 3. And then 1 remastered. I have not played Sekiro and I have not beaten Elden Ring. I wouldn't say I'm good at it. I am passable at it. Workaround for VRAM was swappiness. Yes and no. The swappiness can still help even without the VRAM because it gives you a simulated, big air quotes around this, simulated 32 gigabytes of RAM. But it might be that the formula has changed. It might be. I am not entirely sure. I know on the LCD deck I was still getting very good performance with 4 gigs and CU, but it could have changed with the OLED. That just requires more testing, which is what we're doing now. Being noted the way OLED looks and you're resisting the upgrading for LCD. I love OLED displays though. It is beautiful. Switch OLED screen and the deck OLED screen are very similar. Yes. Chris Howe, that's a great point. Cyberpunk looks amazing. Yes. No problem, Batman. Game Rant said Dev 7. December 7th for BG3. Okay. Well, I guess I'm waiting another 2 weeks. Sorry, everybody waiting for Baldur's Gate 3. Hit like and subscribe. Yes. Thank you, Celatech. Please hit like and subscribe if you like the content. Minor shameless plug. If you like the content and you like a little more behind the scenes stuff, I do have a Patreon and I release some behind the scenes stuff over there. This stream only happened because the patrons voted for it, actually. So, power to the people. Got your OLED first deck. You are loving it. Yes, it is gorgeous. Let's see. What is an IS upscaling? I can't remember off the top of my head. Not sure if I'm getting tired or if I just don't remember it. Doing testing 1 gig, 4 gig. I'm curious, but haven't had time. Okay, so what is about this? Okay, so this 43.09 is actually higher than 4 gigs of VRAM. I'm wondering if there's some variance. Shall we try again? Let's go try high again and see if there's some variance on this. Yes, this is very interesting. So yeah, I'm gonna try on high one more time and see what the variance is to see if we're just hitting run-to-run variation. This is why I usually run several instances of every single test for deck dives. Usually it doesn't have that big of a variance, but I'm wondering if it does. Okay, let's try it. So we got 43.09 last time. Let's see what we get this time. And then after this, we'll move on to Horizon Zero Dawn. And that will probably be the end of the stream after that, but we still got probably a half an hour until then. NVIDIA image sharpening. Thank you, guy. Figured I'd get HDR on Final Fantasy VII Remake. Just had to upgrade to Proton 8. Oh yeah, that makes sense. FSR level 20 sharp. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, etch glass looks very nice. I agree. It like feels just right to me. His cryo utility script. Yes, I am testing that partly. Anyone else notice the battery charging after 80% is super slow with the stock charger is giving 4 hours charge from 80 to 100. Interesting. I have not gotten far enough to notice that. I'll have to see. It could just need calibrating too. Margin of error. Yeah, basically every run of any given benchmark can have some variation depending on literally anything, on heat, on ambient temperature, on fan speed, on all sorts of different things. And sometimes it's untraceable. But to isolate that, we run several tests and then average the results. So one test in isolation is not adequate. 43.02. Nope, that is very close to the previous thing. So we do not have much run-to-run variation, at least on 2. So that's interesting. It seems like 1 gig of VRAM performs better on high than on Steam Deck preset. So I'm going to have to test with that. Or is detrimental since the new RAM OLED is 64? Maybe it works for has regular RAM. That's what I was thinking, but it actually gained performance going from 4 to from 1 to 4 on high. Would I recommend changing any settings before games? Depends on what you want. I mean, in general, the Steam Deck is pretty well tuned out of the box. Is there any reason to choose 2 gigs? If you want a middle ground, I tested it and it was better than 1 and worse than 4 about a year ago when I tested it the first time. I have not tested it since, and it's seeming like the OLED here is going to require some more thorough testing in regards to the VRAM especially. So you'll have to look forward to that. I'm going back to 4 and I'm testing Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's see. Slowing charging is pretty much all devices work as a protect the battery. Above 80% is more stressful than going from 0 to 80. That is true. That is true. I wouldn't expect it to take 4 hours though. That seems pretty extreme. Let's see. Isn't the RAM supposed to be a little faster? Yes. By default, it's 5600, I believe, on the regular deck, on the LCD, and then on here it's 64 megatransfers per second. You can some people can overclock their standard LCD deck to 64, but mine were never able to do that. So out of the box, this is faster for memory at least. Let's see. Didn't know you had a Discord until today. Just joined. Thank you so much for joining. I'm excited to see how many people joined after this stream. It's a nice place. There are a lot of people hanging out, and there's a lot of community support. So I'm definitely happy more people are joining it. The community is one of the best ones I've ever seen. Oh, you know what was another variation actually between Red Dead and Cyberpunk there is I didn't put Cyberpunk to use Proton Experimental. I didn't put this to use Proton Experimental either. I wonder if that's a thing we have to worry about now. 55 to 64. Thank you, Rest of Honor. First Tech Limited Edition Tuesday. I am also excited for you. Just want to say I really enjoyed your content over the last year and the information you bring the community. Thank you, Houseman Prime. Thank you for watching it. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for being supportive. Jason, thank you for subbing. Let's go to original, apply. Sometimes it freezes when you press apply for a minute. Any dead pixels? It seems common on the LE. I have not had any. Not that I've noticed anyway, and we've seen a lot of scenes. We would have seen it by now, I think. We ever try the mod where you unsolder 16 and put on 32? I actually plan to do that on my modding deck, the one with the backplate and everything. Not me personally. I'll have to pay somebody to do it. I am not that good with a soldering iron by any means. So I will, but I do plan on doing that, yes. Let's see. Have a great time with your new Steam Deck. Just one question. What's up, Peter? How long did it take for it to ship for you? I ordered it on launch day and I got it on Wednesday. So that was like 6 days from end to end. But it sat with UPS for 2 days. Jason, $5. Thank you so much. Love the long form live streams. Thank you. Again, thank you for the donation. It helps more than you ever know. And it will help me get a new camera at some point too. And also eat. That helps. And I am glad to hear that people are liking the live stream. I did not expect the live stream to be nearly this popular. I thought that it would be a couple people hanging out. I have not, this is beyond my wildest dreams, so thank every single one of you for being here. This has been a blast. Turn on HDR. Oh, I didn't even, does this game have HDR? I didn't know it had HDR. Do you know if you have Samsung or BOE? I do not yet, no. I did not run the command yet. Maybe a content idea for you. You could avoid, they had some testing in the latest Proton GE to the deep dive. I did that for a while. I actually did that with Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Red Dead, and there was one other game I did that for. The main problem with adding more testing is the fact that it adds a lot of time. Like every additional round of testing adds like a solid 6 hours of me testing things. These live streams need to be a regular thing. I would love to do it if you guys would love to watch. Again, I did not expect it to be this popular, so I just figured it'd be me sitting here with a couple dudes. How many people make the joke Cryo sounds like the namesake of Cryo Utilities? It's funny. Well, it's actually Cryobyte 33 is the namesake. But her name is Crystal, so I don't know that many people make it. Great addition to the Discord server. That's a good point, actually, yeah. I never thought of it as a supplementary thing. People like the live streams because people like you. Well, thank you, Lance. Bought the OLED intending to just try it out and return and keep my LCD deck, but it turned into a keeper very quickly. Yes. Again, I did not expect this thing to be half the powerhouse it is. Good guy YouTube recommending your stream. That is amazing. I didn't think YouTube would recommend it either. I figured it would just be subscribers here. Well, welcome, Shikari. Thank you for tuning in. Just ordered the deck OLED yesterday. I am sure you will love it. It has been a joy to use these last 3 hours and 8 minutes. Let's see. Thank you for work and testing. Well, thank you for tuning in, Peter. Steam Deck community is growing. You're not kidding. Can you believe this channel started out with me filming an unboxing about a year and 3 months ago? It has developed quite a bit. Think it's possible someone could enable HDR to always be enabled by default for the higher peak brightness. It's possible. I don't know if the driver stack is mature enough in Linux for it yet, but if Valve keeps at it, I definitely think it would be possible. Let's see. Also here from the YouTube recommends. Well, thank you also, Peter. Thank you for taking the time out to stream and share info. I am having a great time. You do not need to thank me for being here, but I appreciate it all the same. Third time you jump back in, Mary Blind. Welcome back. Context clues indicate cryo means cool. It certainly is cool. Well, thank you. It means cold, yes. because I like it so cold. I'm not sure if you're US or abroad, but I like it like between like 55 Fahrenheit and 62-ish. I like it cold. In my room right now, it's probably, I'll probably say like 64, 65 ambient. I think it's beautiful. Saw recently debunking the OLED anti-glare being bad. Did a ton of research before pulling the trigger on limited edition. I think it's gorgeous. It just, I don't know why people are giving it the guff that it has gotten. Okay, so we got an average FPS of 851.99, which is one lower on the lows, one higher on the averages, two higher on the what is that, the 90, the max. So it's about the same, maybe a little bit, tiny bit better on average. All right, we have one more test to go on this stream. Let us go to ultimate quality. Well, wait, I did ultimate quality, right? Yes. Let me actually go to that. Okay. Apply that, and then, oh, nope. Apply, please. Is that applied? I think it's applied. I'm pressing R2. Okay. Put that there, and then we will run the next test. Let's check ultimate quality. Okay. Ordinarily, while you were drunk, you were shocked to see they're still available. Yeah, I think it's time limited, not stock limited. Which OLED screen with pixel problems, Samsung or BOE? BOE is apparently the one with the pixel problems. I don't think I have any. I don't know which panel I have. Absolutely not my screen with that beautiful colorway. I had to remind myself the opposite. Be responsible with money and get glossy base version. Fair enough. I think you missed it. Did the VRM change from 4 to 1 reduce performance? It was confusing. It reduced performance a little bit on the Steam Deck preset, but it increased performance a little bit on the high preset in Cyberpunk. Was recovery from party from the night before when you did your first unboxing? Yes, I was. I am not ashamed to say it. Fairly hungover when I did my first video. That is very cold. It is perfect. Thank you very much. Seems like a good time to explain what Cryobite 33 comes from to become CU. Yeah. Could have said it's very cold. It is okay. We leave the window open at night here and we're in New York. Just started playing Horizon Zero Dawn on deck. It is a great time. It was my game of the year 2017. I'm aware that you lived in that one Nordic country. Yes, that one Nordic country known for its cold. Where in the US are you, if you don't mind me asking? I am in Western New York. Does anyone else agree that Fame Generation is the wrong direction for AI upscaling, or just me? I don't mind it, but I don't mind the idea of it, but I do mind that a whole lot of people are going to probably, or a whole lot of studios are probably going to abuse it and use it as more poor excuse for bad performance by default. I'm a cold piece of work. Yeah, you're right. This rate of improvement, Valve and Cryobite could make SteamOS way better than Windows for gaming. Hey, I take that as a huge compliment. Let's see. I never play in sun or in bright rooms, but love Valve's That's Glass. No fingerprints or seeing my reflection is priceless. You ain't kidding, in Faces or in Faces. Once I saw OLED and LCD side by side, I was ruined. I sold an LCD the next day. It is a stark contrast, especially in person. Let's see. Give it to one of your kids. That's the spirit. Means scalpers got burned. Perfect. Good party, yeah. First round, kept timing out. Saw some on eBay for around 1100. Order one 2 hours later. Good. Yeah, no, I was it took me about 40 minutes to get mine, and I had it in the cart before it went live because I got it like in the cart like 2 minutes earlier. The servers were not having a good day. Pretty impressed the deck can play some AAA games. You're stoked to be playing older titles and indie titles. Yeah, I mostly play. I play some AAA's. I play a lot of indies, and other things like Minecraft and stuff. Heavily modded, of course. But yeah, I am very, very happy with the performance on the Steam Deck. How do you think I should burn in your thermal pad when I install it? I did a on again, off again burn-in with Unigine Heaven, but you don't need to go that hard. I would just honestly play something that brings like the deck to its knees at max settings, and that's probably enough. AI scaling doesn't fix when you poor CPU scaling. Yeah, exactly. That's another problem with it. Planning on doing the Honeywell pad on your LE. I bought some for your 512 and I'm curious if you will too. I have some on the way. I have not yet decided if I'm going to do it. I might, but just because this is going to be my daily driver. Oh, look at that. See, I only noticed that this was charged because of that green light. That's a great feature. Seeing it through the shell like that. Good guy, Valve. Here doesn't come till next Wednesday. Well, it will be a very long week, but I am happy for you when you get it. You left Skyrim on the deck? That's a mood. Starfield has been great on the deck too. It's a very cozy vibe. Okay, so where do we go? We went from well, we got 1236.76. Before we had 936.70. So we have the same average, but we have 3 better minimums and 6 better highest, which is actually big. That is a big increase. So there, CU and 4 gigabytes of VRAM was a great move. So it's possible that more things are just more finicky. I will say that you probably wouldn't notice the 1 FPS lost in Cyberpunk. And the gains in here and also Red Dead were enough to make me think that 4 gigabytes of VRAM is still generally a good option, but I definitely need to do more thorough testing before I can say that with complete confidence. Okay, well, how about we do one more thing to send off the stream. We test Returnal on low and see if we can hit an average 30. The unachievable on my old decks. Oh, geez, I got behind. How do mods work in general in the deck? I want to play KOTOR and Morrowind. You can mod them really easily. It depends on the game. I do have a modding tutorial for Stardew Valley, which that is pretty easy to mod on the deck. And I need to make one for other Bethesda games. But it kind of depends on the game. Okay, OLED today, upgraded from the old anti-glare model to the mid-tier OLED. Swapped your 2TB SSD to the OLED and asked that screen protector to stop the glare issue. I'm happy that you have the new one. I've been loving it so far. You should play some Half-Life 1, has full controller support. I plan on it at some point soon. Steam Deck OLED edition comes in Monday. It's going to be a long 3 days, Denny. Ooh, the shell being transparent means you can see the green light easier. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's such a big thing. I mean, it's actually a small thing, but it's just that little cherry on top. And ship Wednesday afternoon, was supposed to come early today, and now it's coming to Monday. Hopefully they deliver it over the weekend. I know, like, UPS flip-flops a lot. I assume you meant to act me and not Primace, which is my wife. Not having to tweak it yourself, gonna use it with the new deck. Thank you for using it, Clockbird. Checked your screen, have a BOE, no pixel issues. Awesome. Can't tell if dead pixel or dust under your screen protector on your LE. That's one of the reasons I don't apply screen protectors. I'm bad at it, so that always ends up with dust. Let's see. Had to bite the bullet for your SSD swap, and your careful don't strip the paint on the screws. No kidding. The screws are gorgeous. Let's see. 1 TB SD card enough, or do you have to swap out the internal SSD? For this, I mean, it's the OLED starts at 512, which was the biggest previous generation model, so I think that's probably okay. I mean, I only have a 512 GB micro SD in here now. Returnal is iffy even on the ROG Ally and Go. Yes, I'm going to see if we can push that a little beyond, even further beyond. Someone on Reddit got both the LE model and regular 1 TB and said there's a 22 gig or 22G, 22 gig difference, 22 gram difference. I'm not sure. Gram difference. One is the Samsung panel and the other is OLED. Okay, interesting. Do Starfield? It's not installed right now. Maybe in the next stream if this becomes a thing. Anyway, make real-time clock work in Animal Crossing New Horizons. I am not sure. That might be that's a Yuzu question. I haven't played Animal Crossing New Horizons on the deck much. I prefer New Leaf, so I play on Citra. Seen it run at 30, but only with potato mode mod. I know I couldn't get it to run at 30 stable on my my LCD. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Do a recompile shader real quick. Okay. Any suggestions for retro gaming? I heard Batocera is good. I mean, I just like EmuDeck. Personally, I've always loved EmuDeck right off the bat. So I'm a little bit spoiled on that. When I use my Ambernic 351M, I really like 351 Elec. I haven't really used Batocera. Let's see, never bothered with SD card. Yeah, that makes sense. Be amazed if anyone could tell the 1 FPS difference unless it was in the lows. Exactly, yeah. Morning brain. No, that's fine, Clockbird. Thoughts on Proton GE? It is an amazing software written by a very cool person. Glorious Eggroll is awesome, and I used his wow, this is definitely not hitting 30. Anyway, I used Glorious Eggroll's distribution, Nobara, for a while. Take care of this guy so you can support the community. Yeah, no problem. Grams, okay. 22 gram difference between the LE, interesting. Can you benchmark the SSD using KDismark? Okay, you got me. I will do that before we end the stream. There's a new 1.5 terabyte SD card they just released. Haven't seen anyone use it in the Steam Deck yet, though. That is a big SD card, and I kind of want it. I've been playing Portal 2 on and off all day while working on an essay, sitting at 58% and showing 4 hours left. That is beautiful. That is chef's kiss. I can never use screen protectors either. If they're careful, then they're pretty unnecessary. I agree. New Leaf's your favorite too. Does the clock work in that game? It did for me when I tried it about a year ago. You made recommendations for an SD card yet? Looking for a 1 terabyte? I do not have a 1 terabyte, but I can personally say that all of my SD cards are this guy, the Samsung Evo Select, and I have never had one fail, and they perform amazingly. I have a video where I test all of the different storages in the original Steam Deck and also a SD card, and it performed very well. It's also only like, I think it was like $40 or something the other day. Absolutely insane. If you go to that video I'm talking about, the storage comparison video, I have an affiliate link there if you want to just direct link to it. Put Clone of the King skinning your deck makes me reluctant to upgrade. Yeah, I don't like skins. I am bad at applying them. Frames found out fixed the 2.4 gigahertz issue. When the BIOS advanced USB config changed DRD to XHCI. Interesting. I wonder what's on DRD originally. Lance uses Samsung Evo. Okay. Did a test on Arkham Knight with your utility on the new. Definitely improved performance. Okay. Thank you for telling me. Playing modded Breath of the Wild. Heck yeah. EmuDeck looks amazing. I love EmuDeck. I cannot suggest it enough. Interesting to see how that goes. It's not worth it. Running it off. I cannot speak. I'm sorry, guys. Not worth it if I can't run it all on supported games. Theoretically, one that could run is worth 1,000 plus. I also found out you can't rename the SD card if you want to use it in EmuDeck, otherwise it won't. Really interesting, because I think that EmuDeck would look at the path, and the path. Oh, I was talking. If you rename your Steam library, it should be fine, because the path itself is a UUID, and that shouldn't change if you rename it. But it might if you rename it in KDE. Don't 1 terabyte cards have speed or reliability issues compared to 512s? I don't know. I haven't tested that. Big fan of your software. Great work. Thank you, Joker Joe. Annoying to find out EmuDeck wants you to keep the default name of the SD card. I had to figure that on my own. I would guess that that's a bug. Check for any dead pixels. I have run several scenarios and have not seen a single dead pixel. I used SanDisk SD cards when broke, and I kept resetting SteamOS RMA and got a new one. Yeah, no, I've had SanDisk has been kind of hit or miss for me recently. I've only been using Samsung the past few years, and I haven't had one fail on me yet. Frosted glass worth it for glare, or even worth getting an anti-glare protector? I think that depends on you. I don't like screen protectors, and I do like the semi-matte finish of the etched. So I really, really like the limited edition glass. Team Group has a 1 terabyte online for $50 shipping right now for Black Friday. That's not bad. It depends on reliability though. Silicon power card for $44. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely depends on micro SD, but yeah, you want to buy a big name brand for warranties. Agreed. Fell asleep on my lazy boy. Made a deck slid under it. You lean back and crack the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. My useless opinions. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I've always preferred Western Digital SanDisk for storage, but I've been buying Samsung due to price. I've been buying Samsung for flash for quite a while now. Ever since the 860 Evo SSDs, I've been buying Samsungs for flash, and I have not been let down. Does the OLED export faster SD speeds over 90 megabits per 90 megabytes per second? I think it supports the same speeds, which are the A2U3s. But I believe the old deck also does, but only on 3.5. It was limited before on 3.4. Good night. Currently dumping your 360, but it was nice to see you stream while your boring load and bar was transferring data. Thank you for watching, Jacob Wallace. LED or OLED? Oh, okay. What do you think of the rumors of Valve moving to a NICS-based package management system? I think that that is smart. I have not personally used it, but it is at the top of my personal to-do list to look at NICS OS and actually start working on that. It has all of the benefits of the read-only file system on the Steam Deck with none of the downsides, essentially. So I think that is a great move if they can get it to work. What do you think of the rumors? I just read that. Renamed and formatting the card. Oh yes, okay. If you rename it in game mode, it shouldn't do that, I think. Or if you format it in game mode. LED, OLED. Ooh. All limited editions have the BOE. I don't know if all of them have it. Lifted the screen protector and it turns out it's dust. Yay! This is the Steam Deck OLED limited edition. UHS 1 versus 3 affect the performance of the cards much? I believe that is read speed. I would have to look it up because I am really bad with those acronyms, the number classifications. But I believe that is a big difference on read speed. Steam Deck OLED running lower temps. It seems to be. It's at least quieter. I haven't done any graphs or anything yet, though. You're real one. I have an extra LED installing in Deck HD in your original deck. Okay, cool. I have a Deck HD. I have not gotten to install it yet. Playing outside today and definitely going to try screen protector to tone down the reflectiveness. It's probably a good idea if you play outside. I don't really. What is gyro used for? You can use it for aiming. Basically, these thumbsticks, the regular Deck 2 has capacitive touch things in it, and if you hold your fingers on them, you can do this to aim. Samsung's Extreme line for stuff like Raspberry Pis and other emulation. You use Samsung. Never had one fail. Yeah, I can agree with that. A pair of Samsung 512s fail on you, but you were able to recover. Well, that's good. I wonder if it was a bad batch. What do you think of the thermal paste this time? Do you think it's better than the original? I don't have enough data to tell you one way or the other. I will tell you how I feel about it if I put a PTM pad on here and it drops substantially. You can use it for aiming and all types of things. Steam input, it's up to you. Yeah, exactly. Look nice for the price, so just get a second 512 and swap. That's what I've been doing. Didn't smell as good coming out of the vent. Have you checked out the monoblock? I have it. I have not checked it out. I just got, I don't think they're on my desk here. I just got some copper shims for it today in the mail. So hopefully soon. Real quick, 25 average is not great. But it is what it is. So Returnal still might be like one of those just barely off limits. It could also be a VRAM thing, though. I'm not sure. That's going to require more testing. I have not done a Returnal deck dive, so maybe that's in the future. All right, real quick, let's switch to desktop and run one final test. I'm going to do an SSD benchmark with KDiskMark. I don't like the thumbsticks for enabling gyro. I use the ADS key to do. Okay, that's fair. I don't use the gyro at all. I cannot stand gyro aiming. I'm going to be completely honest with y'all. I like my wrists to stay exactly like this while I game. Man, this screen is just so good. I've been looking at my monitor, my second monitor for this, and I should just be looking at the Steam Deck. It's so good. Let's see, glossy versus etch seem like a preference thing. They're both good in different ways. Yeah, exactly. HDMI is just as bad now. Do you mean for the lag? Hopping back in after being social, I like how the colored joystick bases move around under the plate. How are the edges of the bright vents under the gray shell? The edges, I mean, you can notice them if you're looking for them, but I do not think it's a bad thing. I kind of like it. It looks very industrial. It's my vibe. I'm good with it. Looks like LE has much stiffer L4 buttons compared to your 4th gen. They're about the same for me. I will say that they feel easier to press along the edges here. They feel a little easier than my other ones. For anyone wondering about aftermarket backplates, specifically JSOC's first iteration, it will fit the new OLED. However, the left trigger will catch on the casing when fully pulling. Interesting. I wonder if you could file that down. Tuning in, how's cryo utilities on the OLED dock? Undervolting now impossible. Undervolting is possible. Undervolting is in the stock BIOS now. Overclocking is currently impossible, but somebody could get it working. I'm not sure. Cryo utilities has been mostly positive. Cyberpunk 2077 needs more testing. It lost a single FPS out of 48. But both Red Dead and Horizon improved. Am I gonna pad the LE? Maybe, unsure. Do you know how good the Wii U and Switch emulation is on the Steam Deck? Wii U is very good. Switch is mostly good. It's a lot better now with 3.5 as well. I tested the temps on a temp gun on my LCD versus OLED, and the OLED is cooler everywhere. I have only temp because of you, Cryo. Thank you, Sidotiric. I'm happy to have helped. The temp gun is it was a cheap purchase that I should have made much sooner. Okay, so real quick, I will catch up in a second. Where is it? System, I believe. KDiskMark. Yes, I'm going to test home deck. That's the SSD. I usually set it to NVMe SSD for that, and then I do real world performance. Yeah, I do real world performance for this, and then that's basically it. I also put this to 8 gigs. Excuse me. So let's try this. See how it goes. That's my usual benchmarking for these. Okay, wait, one last thing. Does the vent smell still happen? I don't know because I can't smell it. I can't smell it on my old ones either. I love the community gyro percent C377 for fine-tuning aim. Yeah, I don't like moving my wrists. Have I played Signalis? No, I have not. But I would love to because Resident Evil 3 was one of my very first computer games. What's your favorite Linux desktop environment? GNOME. I want to like KDE, but it's just a little too unstable for me all the time. Naming conventions for HDMI are bad. That is an understatement, my friend. I've used the monoblock, but very much do not recommend using it. Temps jumped about 10 degrees. A graphene thermal pad to replace paste on the APU does help, though, at least to the LCD. Yeah, I haven't heard great things, but I do want to test it for myself. So what's the verdict? 1 or 4? On Red Dead 1, we knew that. On Cyberpunk 4 seems to be a tiny bit better sometimes. But it's really up in the air on Cyberpunk. And on Horizon, we didn't test. I think 4 is still safe, is what I'm trying to say, for everything besides Rockstar games. Can you buy that, or is it for select people? This is just the limited edition. It is available for purchase right now on store.steampowered.com or whatever on Steam. You going to check what panel you have before you go? I'll also do that. Fine. I didn't mean to sound impatient. Yes, I will check that. Okay, that's still going. What's wrong with HDMI? I'm on to use the dock. I haven't had any problems with HDMI. I haven't tried this one yet, though. Good thing there are OLED monitors on the market from companies. Yes. With the lower temps of the OLED, it should be possible to perform better than the LED. Theoretically, yes. People are already saying it performs better, especially with the faster RAM. So the OLED is better than the LED due to that, even though their specs are the same. Their specs are actually a little bit different. Okay, Vagif, there you go. Here is your answer. It is pretty fast. Yes, it is pretty dang fast. It is not the fastest I've seen, but it is also a low power 2230. So I am definitely happy with the speeds here, especially considering even micro SDs perform pretty well in this thing. Yes, thank you, Disney World. Exactly that. Wonder if anyone let you know. Do you know if Valve kind of come up with an updated dock? I have no idea. Put the clone of Kingdom Skin, go slow, use a hairdryer. Yeah. Guess that it also works. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go back to game mode. And I'm gonna flip over to my other camera. 1 second. Gotta get all this stuff out of my way because I stacked it up in front of me. Hello, everybody. It is me. All right, let me catch up on some comments real quick, and then I'll probably call it a night on this one. Let's see. Loving the limited edition. Yeah, no kidding. It's only available in Canada and the USA. Yeah, that's true. Chat, just trying to keep stream going. What are the panel differences? I need to check the panel. All right, hold on. Do they have different, or are the accent colors orange or red? They are orange. They are definitely orange. They look a little reddy here, but they are 100% orange. Do they have different BIOS? OLED has different BIOS than the LCD, correct? Are they Portal Orange? They're a little darker than Portal Orange. They're more Half-Life Orange. Do you have a good emulator for older Windows like 95 or 97? I mean, honestly, I would just use Bottles or something like that. That typically works pretty well with stock wine. 512, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this is a sub-rant, I think, is what people were saying. Let's see, console. Let's see. Okay, yes, I have to type this. This is gonna take me a minute, sorry. You guys are blowing up the screen. I can't read what you're saying, but I see lots of chat happening. Card 0 dash, oops, hyphen ADP1 slash ADID. And then pipe hex dump C. Is that the right thing? What is the command for the screen again? Can somebody paste it here? Oh wait, there we go. Yeah, that's what I typed. Did I type it wrong? Sys class DRM card 0-EDP-1 slash EDID pipe xdump-C. Interesting. I'm not sure which one this is. Wow, that is backwards. That sure is backwards. Let me see if I can... Can I flip it? It does not appear so. BOE. I don't see the letters BOE anywhere for what it's worth. Sys DRM. Yeah. 0430 first line. 0430. Yes. Is that one of the BOEs? 033. Okay. Yeah. So I have a BOE, but no dead pixels that I can see. Yeah. Wow. This is just not gonna goddamn work, is it? There we go. You can see 0430 there. And yeah, I mean, it's I mean, it seems fine for what it's worth. Hopefully it stays fine. If it doesn't, though, I'm sure that Valve will make it fine. They will. They have had nothing but great customer support in the past year and a half. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Hard to tell if Samsung is 512 exclusive or if that's glossy. Hard to compare. I don't know. Does it error out with dash sheet? No, it came up. It's just I didn't understand how to parse it. I know what hex dump is. I just didn't know what characters to look for. First time getting a Steam Deck OLED finally convinced me to buy. Any non-software tricks for a first timer? I haven't tested it enough to give you anything great. I will say I do, like, if you're looking for accessories or something, I do have some stuff in my like gear list, which I made earlier today for everybody. It includes my computer, my recording setup, and like my Steam Deck accessories and stuff. So definitely check that out if you're looking for those. Other than that, I haven't used the OLED long enough to know of a thing to give it. So looks like all the LEDs are BOE. I'm sure that it was a like a convenience and a sourcing issue. It's possible that they just had more limited editions sold than they thought, and yeah, I don't know. There is a dead pixel checker in dashboard. In dashboard? You mean... What do you mean in dashboard? I gotta turn off my overlay. Is it under system, perhaps? I do not see anything. I'll just go back to desktop and install something real quick. Can you check if streaming game from a local PC is better on OLED versus LCD? I will check that off stream, but I am going... I'm going to say that it is almost surely better on the OLED. I think the front cover is different, so you cannot fix the front cover, but the back plate should be compatible. That is correct. It should just be the back. Caseless and guides this first deck, so it's been on my mind. Yeah. Let's see. Tried to undervolt my Steam Deck. It bricked. Rip your Steam Deck. Do the oh god, what is it? It's while you're trying to boot it, hold the minus button, the 3 dot button, and the 3 dot button, and then press power, and then wait for the noise, and then let go, and see if it boots then. That should be the CMOS reset, which could let it come back after an undervolt. Let's see. Mine was a BIOS 116. Oh. Well, get a firmware flasher, one of the little ones, and you should be able to recover it. Or you can reach out to Valve and they might RMA it if you want that. Okay, so this is Dead Pixel is what I'm looking for. I didn't find anything on there. Oh, go to Google. Should existing deck owners upgrade? Yes or no? That is hard to say. It depends on your disposable income. And it also depends on what you value for in a Steam Deck. Oh, jeez. Badass Pro Tag, $50. Thank you so much. You guys are crazy. Thank you. The generosity on the stream has been absolutely insane, and thank you all so much. Okay, I'm doing a Dead Pixel check now. Nothing, nothing, nothing. That is very green. Nothing, and nothing. Okay, I'm gonna hold it up for you guys so you can see. No dead pixels. None there. None there. None there. And lastly, none there. So we should be good. I will keep an eye out for them, and I will definitely let you guys know if I find any. But it looks perfectly good for now. Thoughts on the value of used decks? How worn down do you think the LCD batteries and components are? I mean, I think it should be fine. I mean, as long as the person took good care of it. That's hard to tell. I mean, that's just an aftermarket kind of thing. But I feel like my original deck that I got a year and some change ago has gone through a lot of abuse, and it is still just as viable as the day I got it. Streaming is definitely better on OLED than LCD. Awesome. What do you value in a Steam Deck? Yeah, I mean, that's the question. I mean, I value battery life and being able to play the games I want and the screen. So depends on how well you take care of it. Yeah, exactly. Doing a great job, buddy. Thank you, Badass Pro Tag. I don't deserve viewers like you. Genuine question. How do I reflag a Steam Deck if it's reflash? You need a specific firmware flasher. Give me 1 second and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. So I have one of these CH341A mini programmer or whatever. The CH341A is the important part. This can be hooked up to your BIOS chip or CMOS chip or whatever, and you can reflash from a computer. So I don't have a tutorial for it. There are some out there if you want to look into it. But basically you just need one of the raw BIOS files that Valve has on their GitLab repo, and then you flash that on. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to catch up to what has been said so far, and then I'm going to end the stream. Just so you guys know. After setup, is the dead pixel tool available? I don't know about that. I just went to the internet and looked up dead pixel checker. Gonna watch Cryo Utilities next. Thank you, Solotech. Let me know how it works for you. What's the best handheld to get right now? I mean, the Steam Deck OLED is what I'm gonna say. I cannot stress how good this display looks compared to the old one, and it has been glorious. All I can say is the OLED deck is, if anything, is making me upgrade and switch to OLED switch worthy. Yeah. Wonder if we could get sometime an aluminum cover for the Steam Deck. That would be cool, a custom machined metal cover. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. The viewers have earned a dog tax. Rose is not out right now. Does anyone want to buy my LCD deck? There is a black market section in the Discord if you do want to sell something there. I'm not responsible for anything that goes on there. Just keep that in mind. But there is a network of people there. Screen is a massive improvement. Correct. Seems a much bigger upgrade than the Switch OLED was. Yes. We have small antenna. Let's see. What's next for Cryo Utilities? More. I mean, first of all, I got to test it thoroughly again on 3.5 and the OLED. And then secondly, I have to test more tweaks. And also fix the stupid scaling issue from the cursed framework that I've been using. A 5-hour run here, impressed. Get some rest and enjoy your weekend. Thank you, Eroton. Thanks for the great stream. Best handle, whether you want Windows or CMOS. True. Good night. Looking forward to a streaming future. You guys might have convinced me tonight. You should try Nreal X-Real Air glasses. I have 2 videos on them, Kenneth. I check out. There's it's the sequel to my favorite Steam Deck accessory. It was like 2 videos ago, I think. Go watch my review on the X-Real Air 2 and 2 Pros. Shadanargi, I'm so sorry. I'm literally about to hop off. You definitely don't need to drop a current deck for a new one, but if you have the money for the added battery life and better screen, are definitely nice. That is a good way of putting it, Joker Joe. Thank you for watching, Siobhan. If the Steam Deck had 5G module, you'd stop using your mobile phone. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the insane donations. Thank you for everything. Hopefully I can make these streams a more consistent thing. It has been a blast, even just sitting here and testing with you guys. Super fun. So maybe, no promises, I can test on stream in the future. And just be around for general shenanigans. So yes, thank you all so much, and I will see you all next time. Have a great day.